dreaded flag, a vengeful sea. Be careful what you say. There's always someone listening. The Dutchman tossed on the sea. I swore and the devil heard me. Now we're doomed to sail the 7 seas for eternity. So yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. A sinister grin across his face said, you'll be doomed to this place. The devil heard my oath, shame of my boast. Oh, a ghostly ship from the depths, freedom from fear is the only gift of death. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must tow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. If you cast your eyes, you'll join us like those before. We're an omen of the ocean night. When you see the flying Dutchman, it's too late for your soul. To the waters we gave now our breath. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. Yo-ho, let the ocean winds blow. The line forever we must flow. We sail through them, cursed and condemned. Yo-ho, let the ocean wind blow.
Who's holding my hand in the darkness? Seeing ghosts down the hallway. There's a presence, bedroom shadows, cloaked and haunting me. Cold hand touching me. Fear overwhelming me. Tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes. A breath on my neck. Floating apparitions everywhere. Go to sleep with the light on. I wake up
All right, guys. Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. This is PRT. How's it going? Hope everybody's having a great weekend. I know I'm not. I am. I don't know. Sometimes it's kind of, I had a good day yesterday, and then, the devil was like, "Oh, you had fun yesterday, huh?" Psh, and then he smacked the crap out of me, and here I am today. I'm going like, "What did I do? What did I do?" Because it's not God that actually punishes you. People think that this God is wrathful, vengeful, angry entity that comes down and he lays a smackdown on you. You do it to yourself. You actually do it to yourself. It really is. God doesn't have to do any of that. He sits back and you do what you do and you mess up. And then it leaves a spiritual opening. It's what Abe Seas on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters is always talking about. You leave that spiritual opening. And then, bam, the smackdown comes or whatever. So that's what's happened. That's what's happened. And when you get punished, you always think, well, something, somebody's done something to me, and but truly, really and truly, it's your own whatever, and you left a spiritual opening. So you got to remember that. You always got to take that into perspective, put that in perspective, take that into account. And people don't do that. They're not real good at, people aren't good at taking responsibility or being like, hey, I shouldn't have done this, and it's going to come back to bite me. And I'm not talking about anything in specific at all. I'm just talking about in general. This is not aimed at anyone. This is I'm actually talking about myself, referring to myself. Because I do that too. I'll have this feeling like, like I'm like poor me, whatever, and then I got to stop and I got to take into account what I've done and how much, I have to. The mark of being a man, really, a human, and I mean like mankind, not like a man, but like a person. The mark of being a person and being a responsible person is to be able to take responsibility for yourself and what you have, done in your life. Laughing Skull, I don't think I've seen you before. Has this to say, do you believe in the power of manifestation? Well, yes, I do. I believe you can manifest things to be your reality. And it's up to you. God lets you choose. And he's not going to hurt you. People think, God did this. He did, look what God did to me. No. It's all connected, brother. It's all connected. And what happens is that you make choices and then you leave yourself open. God turns you over to the reprobate mind, right? Isn't that what it says in the Bible? That he turns you over to the reprobate mind. What's so scary about that is that when you're left there afloat on your own, he just says, I'm turning away from you because you've turned away from me. You do it first by sin. You sever that connection to Jesus, to God, to Christ, the Holy Spirit, the Trinity, whatever you want to call it. You do that. And it's on you. And then guess who comes a calling? The devil, the demons, the bad guys. And the mistake that a lot of people make, and this is going to lead into tonight's encounters. I thought about this a lot. And this is a story I've been like going over and over and over and over and over and thinking, how am I going to tell this? Because this guy, the information that he gave me was, it was a lot to take in. And at first I thought about just wait, it's too soon after the one we did about this guy's grandfather up in South Dakota. And so I thought this one is very similar to that. And it's weird too. They came around the same time. And that's kind of weird too. Like stories will come in like kind of like clusters or clumps. And we haven't really totally figured out the formula, what that is and why that is, why the encounters come the way they do. Last night, yesterday, whatever, I was at the Lone Star Paracon. We had a blast. The Kling brothers from Ghost Lab, they have a TV show. Those guys, they put on a heck of a conference. And I believe it's the younger brother. He can sing like nobody's business. I'm really impressed. That was an amazing conference. I enjoyed it. I had a good time. It wasn't as large as our conference that we had. But it was a good size, so you could like you could talk to everybody because there were so many people at ours that it was like I didn't get to see. I couldn't talk to everybody. There were always people in the auditorium and in the booth area, and it was just you couldn't go do back and forth. You didn't have time. But this one was cool because it was just the right size. And they had quite a few speakers there, but it was a fun time. And then we went bowling afterwards. Big Tex was there. We have him singing karaoke. He's a good singer. Monica Rollins showed up, and of course, Blondes and Booze. They showed up, and they were there. Everybody was there. Rod Nichols, Christopher Jordan, they were all there. Ken Gerhardt was there. He's moving, but he lived there. He lives there, but he'll be leaving soon. But yeah, it was a great time. We had a good time, and I got a lot of stories, and I made some connections, and met a lot of amazing people, a lot of people, and we had fun. It was a great time. Shout out to several people that I got to meet there. So, I thought about this story a lot, and this is not a story as much as it was just him recalling what his grandfather had told him about his encounters. His grandfather, and now it's a very multi-layered, but you got to listen to what I'm going to tell you. There are people who do things, and they think that they can serve these demons or these devils, and what they do is, and once again, I'm not pointing the finger at anybody in particular. I'm just saying in general because I've known a lot of people who've done these kind of things, and they will go and they will practice this Santeria or Santa Muerta, Obeya. They'll practice hoodoo, voodoo, whatever it is, and they'll do this stuff, right? This witchcraft. And what ends up happening is they will serve one of these dark demons, whatever, and then they'll make it angry because they don't do what it wants them to do. There was a case that I was reading about recently. I don't know if it's true or not, and I didn't really get into it. But there was a guy. Look this up if you want to. He was a convict. He got convicted. He went to jail or prison, one or the other, for killing some people, and then he was praying to Pazuzu. Now that's the demon that possessed the supposedly. It wasn't they used that one for the Exorcist, right? Linda Blair, I started thinking about this yesterday because there was a panel that Ken Gerhardt and this other guy, who was a UFO guy, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. I met him yesterday. I just met him yesterday. It's on Alien Highway, I think it's a show he's on. It's on TV. But they were talking about being on a panel with Linda Blair. So I started thinking about that case. And this guy says that Pazuzu was his liege, like he was, doing sacrifices to this demon, this archdemon. And then guess what? He gets locked up, and he's on a time crunch, right? So he's got to do a sacrifice to this devil. So he starts screaming at the jailers, "Hey! I got to do something. You got to let me out here. Or give me an animal or something I can kill." He's telling these jailers this. Look it up. It's some case. And I can't remember all of the details. I just read it real quick, and I was just like, that's weird, or somebody sent it to me. I don't remember, but I don't have a lot of time to do that, because you know what time is in this world? It's the currency. I know what you're thinking. Money is the currency, right? No, money. But what is money on? Money is based on time. You go to get a job. How much am I going to get paid hourly? Or how much is my salary? And then you get a contractor, right? Well, it's going to take this many man hours and this much work and the man hours and blah, blah, blah. It's really just breaks down. It always breaks down to time, doesn't it? That's the currency, is time. Even gold. People say, well, gold's not time. Yes, it is. Because it takes time, man hours, to mine it out of the earth. It's all based on time. Time is really the currency here, isn't it? And it is a man-made thing, just like currency is a man-made thing. People say, well, what about people? They can traffic people. It's still time. Somebody has to take time to do these evil things. They're doing evil deeds. So this guy was doing evil deeds. And he told the jailers, he's like, I'm out of time. And the jailers, being like doing their job, they're upholding the law. They're like, I don't give a crap. That's your problem. But Pazuzu's going to kill me. Well, sucks to be you, because you're not getting out of this jail. And guess what? They found him dead. They ruled it a suicide, but it didn't look. And John, oh, there it is, Jason Bland, smart kid, very smart guy. I mean to call you a kid, but to me, you're younger than me, and you're more handsome, and you look like a young man. He says it was John Alexander Lawson. Yeah, I think that's who it was. Anyway, I read it real quick. And the reason I don't remember the whole thing is because I didn't even know I was going to end up using it, and it was I read a million things a day. So yeah, this guy did this, and then they found him dead, and they're like, wow. Well, Billy Bob, I guess you wasn't lying. He really was praying to some kind of Pisusu, whatever, Isuzu. Well, I guess you're dead. More's the pity. Another dead devil worshiper. And nobody cares. A big mistake they make, and I know this because a former Satanist told me this, and she was doing something, like I just heard the knock. And Anthony's doing something in the other room, and that's that room over there. So anyways, here's what happens. She tells me, she says, I was doing ritualistic magic, and I was getting into blood and sexual magic. It was very bad what she was doing. And I know this person. She's still around. She lives in New Mexico now with her husband, and they've had all kinds of problems. And she said that I was serving one dark entity. And that entity wanted absolute obedience from her. What did she do? She started gaining favors and things like that. But this entity was offering something sort of specific. So what she did was wrong, very wrong. She started, it was wrong to begin with. It's all wrong, but she started going out with another one. Well, I need this other one to give me this. And that was working out for a little while until the first one got really jealous, started to attack her. So she started asking the other one for protection. The other one's like, that's not my job. So then she went to another demon. And guess what? She said, hey, and her name is Jenny. And I know her personally. And she says, look, I knew her away from the show even, She used to go out with a friend of mine that used to work downtown years ago. And I knew she said something wrong from the first time I met her. And I told her, I said, Jenny, I knew something was wrong with the first time I met you. And she bartended for a little while next door for her. So then she starts up with this other devil to protect her from the first two devils. And guess what? It ended really badly. She lost everything. She don't even know which one did it, but they destroyed her house. They destroyed her everything. She got targeted by these other people who were in their little coven of whatever they are, because they eat each other. They tear each other up, and maybe even literally. But one of the things that they do too, they don't play well together. They have cliques. They have little cliques. And you got to remember that. I've never have Appleseed. He says, Wolf, have you ever sat down and interviewed with Stargate Voyager podcast? No, I haven't. No, I have not. There's a lot we have to talk about and unwrap tonight. So get ready. Get your coffee, get your cocoa or whatever it is you got, whatever you're doing. And be ready, because tonight we're going to go down a lot of holes. And for you haters out there, pay attention, because you might learn something. And remember, since you got to hyper focus on me, pay attention to every word I say, so you can go pick it apart and go run to your groups and say bad things, because you're serving devils too, aren't you? Probably all serving different ones too. It's probably why you have all the problems you have with each other. All we can do is pray, folks, right? All we can do is pray. But here's the thing. What people don't understand, and they always fail to understand, is that it all comes with a price. No matter how much you think you're getting out of it, you always lose. If you think the banks really take it to you when it comes to interest rates, mortgages, or car or home loan, you have no idea what kind of darkness these entities are. They're going to take everything from you, everything, including your soul. And what the soul is, let's make it clear. It is your consciousness, right? Your consciousness, which is gonna move on, when you pass away. It's you. It's still you, dude. It's gonna end up in a really bad place, in a hell realm, the abyss, somewhere where you're gonna be used and tortured because you are a form of energy. And what this has to do with tonight's story, and I'm going to tell you in a minute here. Just think of this. These demons, when they say things to you, a lot of times they talk backwards. I've heard several people in cases as recently as they're telling me, and the team, that they've heard people in their house speaking backwards. It sounds like they're speaking backwards. In fact, one of them recorded it. And I don't want to play it. We debated this earlier if we were going to play it on the show or not. I don't think it's a good idea because it says some really horrible things. At first, you can't really make it out. Then it's very clear that it's a blasphemous thing. It's in another language. It's in Spanish, but it's backwards. And a lot of people will play something backwards, and then they'll be like, well, that don't make any sense. There's a lot of languages out there, right? Not the least of which is Latin, Aramaic, Greek, Hebrew, Arabic, Russian, Chinese, different types of Chinese, Mandarin, or, Cantonese. You have all these different types of language. And this guy, he played it backwards. He said, this is in Spanish. I said, well, you're down in South Texas, and pray for them. They got hit with a really bad flood recently. And his house was spared, thank goodness. But he said, him and his wife, like, I can send you this. And I told you, no, thank you. No, thank you. You know what I told you? Because I heard it and I was like, okay. I told him, I said, what you need to do is look up the languages. And then Jason says, of course, smart guy. Jason from Paranormal Soup, he comes on at I don't know, what time are you coming on? Midnight? Not midnight. He comes out like at 11, I think. But yeah. And Jason says, many languages lost to time as well. And that is what is tonight's story too. It's lost to time. Now, I'm going to explain something. The cedar tree here in Texas, right, is not an invasive species. I've been told my whole life that it was an invasive species, right? That's what time Jason's show comes on, 10 o'clock while we're doing ours. Way to go, Jason. But yeah, when I leave here, I'll go over there. But they said we got to chop them down. This doesn't belong here. It's an invasive species. It came from the Middle East and it ended up in Mexico. We were told this all our lives, and then I look it up, I read about it, I find out no, it's not. It just sucks up a lot of water, and we don't have them out at our ranch. Thank God. But over here, there's a ton of them. And when I was growing up in my hometown, we looked at the people from Cedar Park and Leander with disdain. And it wasn't a thing of like, we weren't rich, by any means, but it was kind of like, we had farmland and ranch land, and from Taylor to Rockdale, that whole corridor, it's usable land. I mean, it's worth something, And you were like, those people over there, they live on rocky scrub land, is what we called it. We called it scrub land. And we always were told by the old timers that it's worth nothing. That land ain't worth nothing. They used to tell me that. My grandparents, my great grandparents, I remember all of them, great uncles, whatever, the ones I knew before they passed. They were just like, ooh, Cedar Park and Leander, ooh. Ooh, brother, ooh, what's that? You can't put cows and sheep there. You can't grow crops there. I even heard it referred to as the devil's ground. As far back as I can remember, dude, it was known to be garbage. And now people are paying a real heavy premium for it, dude. And Cedar Park is like it's locked in now. It's got other places all the way around it. It can't grow, and so it's real expensive there. When they were building these houses, and I was talking to somebody at the conference about this yesterday. When they were building these houses, in fact, the neighborhood that I live in, I guarded it 30 years ago. It was built 30 years ago. Can you believe that? It was built in the mid to late 90s. That's when they were doing all the building out there. And I guarded the place where I used to live before that, the haunted house. Now I'm wondering if this one's haunted, but I think it's recent. Something was sent to us. But we'll deal with it like we deal with everything. Pray for us. We'll pray for you. But here's what I'm going to tell you. When I was young, 1431, it wasn't called Whitestone Boulevard. There wasn't. There was the main street in Cedar Park, right? Little small podunk town. And you know what their main industry was? Cedar trees. So if my Uncle Butch or my Uncle Jimmy or any of my family, my great uncles or my uncles or any of them needed anything for good solid wood, you'd go to Cedar Park or Leander, and you would buy cedar posts because that was what the ranchers did. And nearly everybody who had a farm had cows where I'm from. It wasn't really a ranch or a farm. It was always hybrid. They'd have 100, 200 acres, whatever. That's a big one. You know, my uncle has one that's 100 right now. And part of that land that, they would put part of it that just put some cows on it. Because you have this land that's kind of usually like the bottom land, and you can't really farm on it, but you can put some cows on there because what you need is grass and feed. You can get the feed. And then we had hogs and we had all kinds of stuff, sheep, goats. Until I was 15, I loved it. I lived off and on these farms, ranches. I grew up out there. That's where I'm originally from. Yes, I was sort of a hick at one time. I still have those roots. But back to what I was saying, we called the people from Cedar Park, Leander, Jonestown, all that, cedar choppers. They're like, oh, that's some cedar choppers up there. And be careful, because a lot of them are wired different. They're crazy as all hell. And when I was growing up in the 90s, it was full of drugs. You didn't go to Nameless Road unless you were looking for drugs. Back then, it was coke and crack. Then it became meth or whatever. So you just avoided it. And those areas were haunted. They were haunted. They were spooky. We had our own creepy, weird stuff going on where I'm from. But if you went west of Round Rock, right, about 10 miles, that's where the cedar was, you go back up in those hills, those areas where those cedar camps were, guess what? The devil might get you. I heard all these stories, and it was like the cedar does something to their brains. like it was because the cedar was there, and Dorothy Metcalf, she's from this area. She says only time a cedar post has to be replaced is if a hog or the cow breaks them. Yeah, and that's a bull typically can break them, or a big old boar can do it. But those cedar posts are hard wood, and if you use cedar chips, they'll repel insects, very harmful bugs. They don't like it. They don't like the bugs. The cedar, they don't like the cedar. So if you went too far west, you ended up in no man's land. And I would go out there sometimes, ride around with my friends, because we'd be like, hey, man, let's go ride around out there. Because 1431 was one lane. It was spooky. There wasn't this connecting material like it is now. And then they turned it into 2-lane road, and then it was 4-lane. They just it got big. It blew up. Everybody started moving, and they didn't want to be in the city. Let's move north. You know what? Let's move up there. And then they started building tract housing, and that is when it all blew up. And so before that, it was nothing there, and it was desolate. And I had heard stories. There was always these stories. Everywhere you looked, there was creepy stories. We had our own creepy stories. There was a werewolf that would run around, whatever. Well, guess what? There was one in Cedar Park too. The Lechusa supposedly loved to be in those cedar trees. They would tell us a Lechusa big time over there. And there was this creature in between Cedar Park and Marble Falls. And it wasn't a Bigfoot. There were Bigfoot. People would talk about them all the time. The hairy people, hairy man, whatever, blah, blah, blah. These loggers were always talking about it. And of course, the legend of the Bear Man comes from Marble Falls. And they found a cave with like ruins and stuff. Everybody knows that. But Cedar Park had these logging camps. Leander, Cedar Park. And it was really, really scary. Now, when I was a kid, you didn't really go there unless, like I said, you wanted something, because they weren't really logging so much. They were starting to build, and people were starting to live there. And I laughed. When I guarded my subdivision that I'm in now, I thought, who's going to pay 50 to 60, whatever, $1,000 for these? This is crazy. And now people are paying, 600,000. And that's not inflation. That doesn't move in time with inflation. You know what I mean? And I hear stuff now. I even hear people tell me stories all the time. I know people in my neighborhood. I just moved in not too long ago, and they're like, "Oh, you got a show? Let me tell you what I heard. Let me tell you what I saw." It's already happened twice, and yeah, that's cool. Because I've heard some things too, but I just chalk it up to the area, because it was all logging camps at one time, and a lot of people died. A lot of people died. And like I told one of my neighbors, well, they're about a mile away, but it's still a neighbor. And I said, right where your house is. And I was talking about this yesterday. I told him, I said, somebody probably died. And when people died, these rugged individuals that came before all of the crap with the drugs and all of that, there was a lot of drinking. In those camps, they were like saloons. They made their own little makeshift saloons. Think of Deadwood. They had prostitutes, and they had all these other bad things. And people would come through there and be like, I need a job. Well, here's a shovel. Here's a pick. Here, whatever, because they had to clear the rock out, whatever. And here's an axe. Go chop a tree, and we'll pay you. Now, they had people that would come in and they would buy huge tracts of these. There were people that owned like 2,000 acres, 10,000 acres. It was huge tracts. And you could get it for dirt cheap. And then you had to hire people to chop it down, because the wood was highly prized. And cedar grows well, but it takes a lot of water. And the ranchers hate it. They have to clear it out because it sucks up all the water, and the grass can't grow. What you need is grass. So Cedar Park was barren of grass. There were pastures where there were little sections of where there wasn't, there weren't cedars, because they cleared them out. So then new people were coming in all the time, and they were buying it and saying, look, this is cheap land. I want to put cattle out here. And people would laugh. You're not going to put anything out there. It's going to die unless you just want to pay for feed. And some people did. But some people said, hey, let's chop this cedar down. When they started doing that, and they started doing it regularly, stuff started happening. So I had this one guy who got in touch with me, and he says, I heard you talking about Leander and Cedar Park having dogman activity. And I said, yes. In fact, there was a bank teller who gave me a story. Well, this guy's name was Adrian. And he says, my grandfather, and his grandfather actually became very wealthy by selling. I'm not going to get into what he did. He created something, and I'm not going to say his name. This is on his mother's side, though. It was his dad and him. This guy's dad wasn't around in his life, but he was pretty much raised by his grandpa and his grandma. And his grandfather owned a bunch of that land way back in the day, and he sold it, and then he bought into this company. I'll just say this: it has to do with sports equipment, and so he ended up becoming pretty wealthy when he sold it to this other company now. And you've probably used their products and don't even know it. But here's the thing. This guy said, hey, just don't say our last name, whatever. So Adrian tells me, he says, my grandfather, my grandpa, as he said, he talks just like I do, but he says, my grandpa. He says, my grandpa, he's like, he was really close with his grandpa. And he said, And his grandpa, which would be his great grandfather, right? He said he came over here and was born in the cedar camps. And his dad came over from like Norway or somewhere in the he believes he's, Northern European. And he said that there was a whole lot of them that came over. They were German, Swedish, Norwegian, and they didn't give them jobs when they came over to the East. The Anglos that were here, the Anglos aren't the same thing as Scandinavians. I said there was a difference. They didn't really like them. They called them squareheads. Not a very nice thing to call somebody, but they would say squareheads, and they would just say, the Germans and the Northern Europeans, the Scandinavians, who were at one time basically the same people, even had the same languages, but they kind of diverged. This was the deal. They weren't like them. They didn't want people with names like Novacek and whatever, all these other people. They didn't want them around either. They didn't want any of these people around. They weren't Thomas and Reed and all these other names. They wanted those people, not these weird names. They didn't like the Slovaks. They didn't like the Germans or the Czechs, and they didn't like the Scandinavians. They were like, these are a new breed of white people. They're not like us. And they have these weird traditions and weird culture, weird whatever. They're just weird, And so in the East, they couldn't get jobs, so they just moved further west, settling in places like Kentucky and Tennessee, and then eventually they just kept moving. The Civil War broke out. They're like, this isn't our fight. So they just kept going. So in the 1870s or thereabout, his great grandfather came, and he was, or his, I guess would have been his dad's, he was from the old country, and he settled in this logging camp in Leander. And they gave him a job. And there was a group of them. There was a whole, contingency of them that were Scandinavians. Kind of interesting how the Bear Man and Marble Falls, it's a berserker, right? A berserker bear. Yeah. And I've always thought that maybe that was the case. And so they pushed on west, and some of them said, this sucks, this chopping these cedars, especially when it's hot in the summertime. We're going to move further west. We're going to keep going. And some of them decided to stay and put down roots. And they became the founders of basically what to become West Williamson County. I'm from East Williamson County, and we always, like I said, looked at them and thought, who the hell can live up there? They're wacky, dude. Those people are wacky to live out there. You can't grow nothing, because we looked at everything as like, you had animals, and you had, you grew crops. That's how your mindset was, right? Like, why would you live there? How do you sustain yourself there? It's really bad. And they had their own legends and their own myths and whatever, right? And one of them was the Bear Man. And so when we started talking about it on the show, it intrigued this guy, Adrian, he's younger than me, but he's not a lot younger than me. But he says, yeah, he goes, it intrigued me. He says, I remember my grandpa, like he says his grandpa. I don't know where he gets that from. He's a Texan. But he says, my grandpa told me these stories. And he goes, so my mother, and he goes, me and my mother are very close. My mother had me when she was really young. He's like, we kind of grew up together, He goes, and I got a really cool stepdad. I lucked out. You did. A lot of times step parents aren't always the nicest. His stepdad seems to be pretty level-headed, pretty cool. And his mother told him, she's like, if you want to know more about it, ask Grandpa. And he goes, I will. And so he did. His grandpa's like almost 80 now, but he told him everything. He says, when I was a child, when I was a kid, this is his grandfather's story. He says, I saw something that looked like a werewolf. I was 12 years old. He goes, and I had two brothers. And we were like this, 12, 13, 14. And then we had two sisters, and they were, this is weird, they were 15 and 16. So the first two were girls, 16, 15, and then three boys, 14, 13, 12. He said, and I had a little cousin that was always with us because his parent had died. His parents had died. He was an orphan, so he was adopted. They went with one of the girl went with the other uncle and aunt, and then they raised him, right? He's like, and he was 10. He goes, so it was me and my older brother. And his brothers' names were Robert, get this, Robert and Bob. Now, usually Bob is like, it's like, that could be Robert, but it was Bob and Robert. His parents named him that. No doubt trying to fit in and be more Anglo, right? So they had Bob, Robert, right? Jim. Very common. They named these people like that. But not Jim wasn't one of them, but I'm saying that's one of the names that they would use to fit in because they were mistreated. They were called squareheads. They were outcast. And he says, we were kids. We were riding our bikes. He goes, and there was this creek. It's called Brushy Creek. For those of you who haven't heard people talk about it, Eric Palacios came on the show and we talked about Brushy Creek, the beast of Brushy Creek. In fact, did a documentary on it. And he said, dude, we were told to stay out of that creek. And he said one of the reasons was because there was this giant snapping turtle. So they scared us and they found this really big snapping turtle. And they said there are turtles 3 times the size as that. Don't get in there. It'll kill you. Stay away from that water. One of the problems with that is that when you tell kids, sometimes the kids will go, okay, mom and dad are telling us to stay away from this horrible monster. And then other kids are like, so Gamera lives there? Let's go and let's go find it because that's awesome. That was the kind of kid that his older brother was. His older brother was always getting him in trouble. Thank you for that donation. First one of the night. None you biz. Thank you for that donation. Hold on one second, folks. I'm being interrupted. Hang on. So anyways, there are those children that are like, you know what? This is something I'm going to go check out. I want to know if this is real. Hang on one second, folks. I'm getting a call from work. Sorry about that, folks. I got a lot going on in my life, man. I'm not joking. It's just too much. I just got some bad news. Okay, so anyway, they told them, they said the snapping turtles are down there in that creek and they infested and they'll kill you, right? They don't want to believe that. So they go, we go down there and catch crawdads all the time. What are you talking about? There's no catching these, there's no snapping turtles, whatever, And they went there looking for them. So it didn't really work. And then they told them all kinds of other crazy stuff. These alligators are there, blah, blah, blah. They never saw them. So it didn't work. Them telling them to not go there just had the opposite effect because we were down there all the time. He's like, and ultimately it led to us running into something that we had been told before as children, and I'd heard the legends too. I'd always heard Brushy Creek. Yeah, there's some stuff, be careful. But the same thing happened to us, right? You're riding around. You're like, maybe you'll see it. Maybe you won't. And I was like 16, 17. I'd already seen what I saw, but I was curious. I wanted to know if these legends were everywhere or if it was just where we were at. But I wouldn't go out into the woods where they were supposedly at. But I would go with my friends that were curious, and I really wanted them to see it, the ones that hadn't seen it, so they would believe me and know. So I remember going out there to that area and looking around that Brushy Creek area, and maybe we could see something, maybe we could find something, and they would be like, I'm vindicated. See, there is a werewolf out here. You know what I mean? So we went to different places looking for this thing. And there was so much that we had to do. We had things to do, but we still wasted a lot of time going out and goofing around like this. One of the problems with kids, though, especially teenagers, is that you tell them something, they're going to do the opposite. We all know that. We know that. I've raised teenagers. I know. They do that. And I've both, like, it doesn't matter, boy or girl. My nieces, nephews, both do this. They did the same way. They're going to defy you however they can. At some point, you just got to hope they make the right decisions. He says, well, we were kids. He goes, and we were making bad decisions left and right. He goes, and his grandpa told him, he says, we went down there. He's like, and there was something splashing in the water. And then it saw us. He goes, I know it saw me. And I said, look. And then this thing went down under the water. And he said, what was it? And his brother, what was it? He said, I don't know. It looked like a monster. It had like a wolf's head or like a dog's head or something, and it was hairy, but it had mud all over it, and it went down into the water. And they were like, what? And then while they're talking, his brother goes up to the edge of this creek, Brushy Creek. It's almost like a river. It's pretty wide at certain spots. And he says his brother's down there by the creek. He's, I'll never forget, I was up on the bank, and it was kind of a steep embankment. His brother's like looking out of the water, and he goes, I'm yelling at him. And I'm like, hey, Robbie, don't be too close to that. Get away from there. He's like, there's something down there. And he's like, he told his grandson, the one that I had spoke to, he said, I didn't think of like what it was. I just knew that it was there. And so I was like, it looked like a werewolf. And so he had heard stories of werewolves and all this other stuff because his grandfather was from, he was raised by an immigrant. And so his grandfather's grandfather was raised up on these tales, and he was born before the turn of the century, like in the 1870s or something. So that's when, they came. They came during the Civil War, unfortunately, and they tried to conscript them, and some of them managed to get away and go and head west. They didn't want no part of a war that wasn't their fight. They just wanted to live, and there was no farmland for them. So they had to head west. Best thing they could get was chopping some cedar. So anyways, his grandfather, he tells him, he says, I'm a kid, and then I'm third generation, from this area. He goes, and I'd grown up. My dad, this is his grandfather. His grandfather told him, my dad told me, stay away from the creek. So this thing pops up out of the water and lunges at his brother. And his brother falls backwards. And his other brother, this is the oldest brother, whatever, he reaches down and pulls him up. While this thing reaches up, and he goes, it was like roaring, like, and it was trying to grab him by his pant leg. He goes, but it was weird. He goes, it was like it was tripping on something. And I see this like tree log or something that had kind of like fallen down into the water. Now there are actual trees that grow up out of this creek. It's really, it's weird. And he said that it was hung up on that. And he said the only thing that saved his brother was that and his other brother grabbing him. He goes, because my middle brother wasn't moving. He was just frozen with terror, He said years later, that middle brother really panned out. He became kind of the leader, it was weird. But at that time, he was just a little punk. And like he said, he's an 11-year-old little punk, and his older brother pulled him out of there. His older brother was like 12, or he was 13. His older brother was like 14. He pulled him out. He's like, I was 12 years old. I watched this happen. And so he asked him, he says, Grandpa, this is Adrian, right? The one that I talked to. He says, what did it look like? And he says, like a werewolf. He goes, when I got back home, I talked to my dad, and my dad lost it. He was livid. He goes, that creek is dangerous. You're not supposed to play there. We told you there are these giant snapping turtles in there that can kill you, which is, I think that was a myth. They were, but I don't think they would kill you, but it might hurt you. But the tree, the logs and things in there, especially when the water would rise and they'd swim in it, you could get caught up in there and you could drown real easy. It was a very dangerous place. And a lot of people died around Brushy Creek. And he said, that is why we told you not to go down there. And he said, well, the neighbors, had kids their age, and they told them it's because they could drown. He goes, either way, there's stuff down there that don't want you down there. And then he whipped all of them. Took a strap, as they say, and whipped them all. And he said, dude, he gave me a butt beating that his grandpa told him. He said, I never went back to that spot because I wasn't going to anyway, but he made sure. And he said, Grandpa, did you ever see it again? He says, no, I didn't. And he goes, Grandpa, where did it come from? This was when, Adrian was younger, right? And he said, I don't know. The thing looked like it came from hell. It looked like a bear mixed with a wolf. I don't know what it was. It was a monster. He's like, and at night, sometimes in the cedar camps, you would see these balls of light because he worked in the cedar camp too with his dad. Every now and then they'd get some time to go and they'd go play, whatever. But he goes, we worked like at least 5-6 days a week. My dad worked all the time. He goes, and Sunday was reserved for church. He's like, so I'm in church one day. Brand 47, dude. We're not making jokes today about this. All right, I'm not in the mood. I don't dislike you, but we're not doing the man, bear, pig, whatever thing. I'm not in the mood for the crap, dude. All right, that's not what this is. This isn't South Park, okay? But like I said, I love you. I don't want that around. And so it's disrespectful too to the people who give us the encounters. And so, anyways, what he said Sunday, one of the deacons at our church. His grandpa's telling him. He's like, he sat us down, and his wife was the Sunday school teacher. And she told him, she says, there are monsters that we pretend, and then there are monsters that are real. And they were like, what? Like, what are you talking about? And she's like, yeah. She's like, what you saw is a real monster. There are pretend monsters that people say, well, they don't exist, whatever. And his grandpa he's born in the 40s, right? He's not super duper long ago, but he was, but he said, he goes, I was a little kid in the 50s and they're telling us, hey, there's monsters. And I'm thinking Lon Chaney and the Wolfman. He's like, after I watched that movie, I laughed. I thought that is not what the Wolfman looks like. He said he was with some of his friends and they had snuck into the theater there in Austin. And they were doing a double feature. It was Universal Studios movie, right? And he goes, these old movies. He goes, years later, I was watching this. He goes, and I'm laughing. I'm like, that's not what the Wolfman looks like. He's like, we were driving back. He goes, I was in my late teens, whatever. He goes, and I had my dad's friend that sold us a car. We had to share it. It sucked at first. We were poor. He's like, but we were more well off than some of our neighbors who were dirt poor. They didn't even have a vehicle. They would just walk to the general store once a week. And he said that they were, sharing this car, him and his two brothers. And he goes, we thought we were special because we actually had a vehicle. He goes, dude, some of our neighbors didn't have anything. He goes, so to have a vehicle that we could share, well, that was a big deal. We were more well off than a lot of our neighbors because of my grandpa. This is his grandfather talking. And he said, we went to the movie theater there in Austin. And it was a little drive back then. It wasn't like it is now. It was a drive through the countryside. And he says, I'll never forget. He goes, I was coming back and we were talking about monsters. We had seen this double feature. It was like the Mummy and the Werewolf, whatever, Wolfman. And he said, back then you go to double features. You were there for 4 hours. It was like an all-night event, all day, whatever. And he goes, and then you go to the drive-through or drive-in, and you get some food, whatever, and you hang out with your friends and goof around, and then you go home. And then he said that one of the problems was that Austin was sort of far-flung for them. So it was kind of like an adventure, right? So they'd have to get gas. His dad would tell him, bring that car back with gas. Now, his dad had his own vehicle, but his brothers had to share it. And he would only get it every other weekend, right? And his one brother, he worked all the time. So he goes, we're driving back and we're discussing monsters. And they go, how do you know what the Wolfman looks like? And he goes, because I've seen it. And they go, really? Well, what does it look like? He goes, I'm with 3 of my friends. I'm in the back seat. He goes, and I told them. Or he goes, my friend's in the back seat. He goes, and I turned around and I looked, I told him. I said, well, if you want to know, he's like, it looks like a big, giant monster with huge shoulders. It's covered in fur. The upper body looks like a man. The lower body looks like wolf's legs, like a wolf's legs. And it's got the head of a wolf. He goes, I turned around, I was kind of looking at him and turning back. He goes, and then we see this thing run across the road. And of course, he just kind of stops. And Adrian's like, well, what was it? He goes, I don't know. I didn't get a good look at it because I was too busy turning my head, trying to look at my friend who was in the back seat, laughing and heckling me at first. And I got really aggravated. I told him what I saw. And then something runs across the road. And he goes, but the guy that was in my front seat, he's like, he was my best friend. Right. And we were friends. He goes, and he ended up dying in Vietnam. Sad, tragic. He goes, but he said it looked like some sort of weird, long-eared, like these ears were really long on this thing. And it kind of looked like a wolf or a dog running on its hind legs. And he said, we were talking about it. So this kind of theory that we've had, how you talk it up, well, apparently that's something that has gone on for a long time. And it's not just in Hispanic culture. And he says, dude, after that, he goes, I went home and I talked to my grandpa because he goes, that weekend I had to go help him clear some stuff out on his land. He's like, my grandfather worked really hard. This is Adrian's grandfather talking about his grandfather. And he told him, he said, I'll be over there to help you. He goes, I was really close with my grandpa. He said, I was his favorite for sure. I would always go there to help. My other brother was always working, and my other brother, he was kind of lazy. He did pan out eventually, but he was kind of lazy. But he was real smart, his other brother. He was real studious, the one that was grabbed. He learned not to be stupid. He's like, and I really think that thing almost grabbing him and taking him maybe changed him. He said, but I didn't really get a good look at this creature that ran across the road. And so he goes, my grandfather started the conversation. We were carrying these cedar logs and we were putting them into this shredder, to make chips, cedar chips, whatever. And he said that we were chopping them up, whatever they were doing. And he said he was telling them, he's like, and they would sell them. And he was telling them, he says, I heard you had a run-in with something the other night. And he goes, what do you mean? He says, well, your friend, James, his dad, up the street, and, came by and told me that his son had seen something. Now, here's the thing. He did not really discuss what he had seen with his children or his grandchildren. His grandfather's dad had told him that he had something happen to him when he was a child, and that his grandfather and a few of the men from the camp had to go and find him. So he was curious. And he said, what was it? And his dad says, I don't know. I don't remember. I was too young. I was playing, he goes, from what I was told, I was 2 years old, and something grabbed me from out of a tree. There was one woman in the camp that saw it happen. And she came from a house of ill repute. So they blamed her. They thought, oh, you're a prostitute. You've always wanted a child. And they were getting ready to throw the book at this lady. She was going to be taken and hung. They were going to do, frontier justice. You saw that crazy thing because you are evil. You're a prostitute and you wanted a child. So you took the child. Where is this child? And she's telling him, she's like, look, I saw this creature. I don't know what it was. Reach down, hanging from its legs, right? So this thing would be some sort of, it would almost be like it had primate, but she said it was like these really big, strong, powerful legs. She described it. And it was a grayish looking creature. Had the head of like a timber wolf, and it reached down and it grabbed this kid. And then it crawled like up the tree and then jumped down the other side away from the camp and ran. It was very large, very powerful the way it ran. And she said, I could see it pushing the trees. And she kept on telling these people this, right? This is what his grandfather told him. And he said his grandfather told him, he says, I was taken when I was 2 years old. So this would have been Adrian's grandfather's grandfather, right? And this would have been in the 1870s. And he said, look, he's like, I know these things are real because I was taken by one of them. And he goes, I don't remember it. I have no recollection of it at all. He's like, but my dad had to go with several of the men from the camp. And they had to hunt this thing down. They had to find it because if it was true, because they actually, and it's really sad. It's a really sad thing what they did. They actually beat this poor woman to try to get her to confess. They called the sheriffs. The sheriffs come. They don't like messing with these Cedar Camp people. You know, there's no money to be made in Western Williamson County or whatever it was at that time. And back then it was very lawless, which later led to Williamson County being known as one of the most lawful places in Texas. They had a reputation they had built. You know why? Because of the lawlessness. You had A.W. Grimes getting gunned down in downtown Round Rock. Across the road from him was Sam Bass. You had all these gunfights and all this crap going on. You had lawlessness. Confederate guerrillas were known to be everywhere. You had bushwhackers, Comanches, Comancheros, and your run-of-the-mill outlaws. Oh, yeah. I could write a whole book just about the Central Texas, just that one county. Throw Travis in there, too. They were very lawless. In fact, one of the last places that the Comanches raided was in the 1870s. They burned down Austin. Did you know that? They don't tell you that in the history books. It's not politically correct. I don't know. Who cares? But it's the truth. It's what happened. So you look at this situation and they're thinking, even though people believed in things differently than we do now, they still were not buying this woman's story. She kept telling them, look, I saw it. She's like, you can go get your youngin' if you, that's how they talk. Then go get your youngin' if you stop beating me and go look for him, fools. She was known to have kind of a harsh disposition and a bad mouth. They'd smack her and she'd talk back. And so they did. The dad says, look, I don't have time to sit here and mess with this woman. If something or someone took my kid, I need to go. And they had a guy who was a kickapoo. He was known as a tracker. This is what his grandfather said. He would go to the camps and he would offer to help them, hunt and things like that. There were deer around, and they would kill a lot of deer and antelope, whatever, because they actually existed at that time, antelope and buffalo. And this guy was known as a tracker. He could help you. So they sought out his assistance. And they did. They got this guy, allegedly, to go and take them. And they ended up way, way out in the middle of nowhere in the west, like halfway to Marble Falls. And they found this cave. And this is where they say that this man came out and told them, don't shoot. My wife wanted a kid. We stole the kid. It was just us. We did it, right? We did it. It was us. And they were just like, why would he just come out of this cave before we even went in there? And they were like, they heard a child like kind of laughing, giggling, talking. And they said, okay, let us see the kid. And he goes, okay, don't shoot. Okay, don't shoot. It's just me and my wife and my sons. And they're like, why is this guy in a cave? Right? So his friend, his grandpa's friend, told him, "Hey, why is this guy in this cave? This is weird. Nobody just lives in a freaking cave." And the guy was like, "Don't shoot. I don't want any trouble." He had a Norwegian accent, right? And they take him and they told him, they said, "Look, we just want the kid back. We don't want any trouble." He said, and then we get into the front of this cave. We got to kind of crawl down and go back up into it and whatever. The first guy that goes in there, something grabs him and they hear him scream. And of course, these guys got Winchesters and they pointed it at the guy, and the guy's like looking real nervous. And, the way that I was described to me, he looked like he was sweating bullets. He was just like, "Okay, man. All right, look, if y'all go in there, something bad's going to happen, but please don't shoot. Okay. Let me go get the kid. I'll bring the kid out, please." And then they're like, "No. We've heard enough from you." And so one of these guys got aggravated with this dude and they shot him. Bam. Shot him in his side. It didn't kill him. And he laid back onto some rocks, and they heard a child crying. And when they went down into this cave, his grandfather's like, that's his grandfather's dad, right? He's like, that's my child. I'll go in and get my child. So he crawled in, and then he says, "Give me my rifle now." And he slid down, and the next guy goes in, and you kind of walk, and then you slide down. And the next guy got kind of cut by a rock, and he was bleeding. And he said that they see this guy laying up against some of the rocks, like on the wall, like he's just laying there, and he's just like, he's holding this child. It's a man, but his face was distorted. It looked like he had like a snout, and his face looked like it was deflating. And he's holding this child that's crying, and there's a woman there, and she's got a gun, and she tells him, she's like, "Get back, get out of here, get out of this, take the child and go." And so they take their rifles and they aim it at this dude, and the guy, this thing, whatever it was, dropped the child and lunged for the dude that had the cut. It's like he was attracted to the blood. That's what his grandpa told him, right? He said, "My grandpa," this is his grandfather talking, right? He says, don't get confused, Adrian's grandfather. This is what he told him. He says, "My grandpa told me that his dad said that this thing lunged for him because of the blood. And then his face elongated again. It became this wolf-like thing, and it was like right there in front of him. So he just took his rifle and bam, 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 and just unloaded on it over and over again. And the woman screamed and was like, "That's my son. That's my son. You've killed my son." Screaming and freaking out. And there's this little child who is the grandpa now, he's a baby. He's crying. He don't remember any of this. He was too young. He was just a little child. So he grew up. He didn't see anything. Now his grandfather's grandfather told him, he says, "I personally have never seen one of these things since then. I don't remember it." He's like, "But there was this one night," he said, "I was on my horse." And it was horses back then, right? That was what you rode. You didn't have a car. And he said, "I was going down this road and I was dating this girl. Her name was Daisy." He's like, and he ended up marrying her. And he's like, "And I wanted to court her. I was going down there, whatever." He's like, "And my parents were overly protective of me. I was the oldest of 3 children, of 3 boys. There were 3. He had like 6, all together. There were 3 boys and 3 girls because I was the oldest. But my mother doted on me because of what had happened. They almost lost me. And she was already pregnant with my brother at that time, and she nearly lost him because of how stressful it was. And she was just like, this is my baby." And so they said, they didn't let me go out too much. They were real careful. They'd let me chop cedar with them, but then they're like, "Hey, watch out, be careful. Don't go near Brushy Creek." That's where we were chopping when you got taken. So the story just kind of like got buried and lost to time, that there was this creature, but it was a man. It was a creature, but it was also a man. So they go and they get a group of people because the local magistrates are like, We don't give a crap what's happening in West Williamson County. We don't care. It's like there's no money there. There's just a bunch of cedar choppers. Poor, trashy people that aren't worth anything. So we're not going to go and investigate a werewolf. And they're like, you squareheads believe all kinds of bullshit. You know what I mean? Like so they treated him like it was a big joke. Treated him like it was a big joke. He's like, but he goes, my parents knew the truth. He goes, and my mother always worried about me. She doted on me. He goes, so one night I was riding my horse, and he was a stallion. He was had a cantankerous attitude. He goes, but I like those. It was big, strong, powerful, and fast. So if anything ever happened, I knew I'd be protected. And this horse was very, very protective of me. I had it since he was a baby. And so it was a colt. He's like, so I went on my horse. He's like, and something began to parallel me in the woods. He goes, and I could see that it was humanoidal shape. It was man-like, but I couldn't really make out what it was. He goes, and by the light of the moon, which is all I had, he goes, I could see it was a full moon. I honestly personally don't think that really matters. I think you can see better when it's a full moon, right? And he says, I could see there was something there, but I didn't get a good look at it. He goes, and I thought, what if this is that thing? Or it could have been what his cousin Jacob saw. And his cousin claimed to have seen a giant, hairy, ape-like creature. They didn't really know how to describe it. Because those people up there, they didn't even know what a gorilla was. So they didn't know how to describe a gorilla, ape-like, whatever. They just said it was like a hairy man thing. And there were two of them, and it threw rocks at his cousin Jacob, and they chased him. And he ended up like going down into a well, but he was very limber, and he actually hid, holding himself up under the walls of a very deep well to avoid these creatures. And he said they were walking around this well looking for him, and you could hear them smelling the air. These had to be Bigfoot type creatures, the way he described it. So it was a horrific, scary area full of these creatures. And there were holes everywhere. To this day, there are too, holes. When they were building some of this, there were these holes. There were, when I was working security, I remember they had these holes. And at the time I didn't go, oh, this was a Bigfoot or a werewolf would come out of here, because I didn't know the inner earth from the hole in my butt. I didn't know what the heck it was. You know what I mean? And so you're just like, wow. And I worked out there. I had seen the dog man, but I thought, well, I'm out here, I'm armed, if something happens, I'll defend myself, best I can. And I had to have a job, but I hadn't heard these stories yet either. And so whenever he was telling me, he says, my grandpa's, grandfather told him, hey, this, thing was paralleling me. He said it got so bad the horse was rearing up. It wouldn't go any further and began to stamp its feet. And then it kind of kicked a little bit. And he was just like, whoa, what are you doing? Thank you for that donation. We appreciate it. We really do. And he says, I eventually turned around and went home. He's like, and then that night, the next day, because there was the cedar camp was right there to the west of where he was riding his horse when he was going to talk to this girl. He said somebody was abducted from the camp. And this happened, regularly. It wasn't even like a big deal anymore. He said, except this one, this person that disappeared from the camp was a young lady, and everybody knew her. The problem was that she worked as a lady of Enterprise. You know what I mean? A lot of the women there did, because there wasn't really a lot of, except for the ones that had been taken as wives, and there wasn't a lot of them back in those days, the 1890s or whatever it was. And she was a lady of Enterprise, and, she got abducted. And then they were like, she was well liked by a lot of those guys there. And then there were cowboys that would come through there sometimes, cow punchers. They would just driving their herd north, And so they didn't care. Nobody said anything. And then they found her down near Brushy Creek, torn apart, partially eaten. And they said, oh, she must have gotten taken by wolves. Back then, there were wolves. And they said, this looks like the work of wolves. He says, but his grandpa, he says, look, boy, he goes, I knew what had did that. And that night that I was on my horse and this thing was paralleling me, he goes, I think that's what did it. And by the grace of God, he's like, my horse reared and wouldn't go any further. He goes, I love that horse. He's like, and then 2 months later, and this is sad, he's like, I go out to the stable. My horse wasn't there. In fact, all of the horses were gone. We had 3 of them in that particular spot, and they were all not there. He goes, but it was weird. The gate had been closed. Didn't make any sense. And he's like, so I went out into the pasture where we, had cleared it out. And he was like, I found where our horses were. One of the mares had to be put down. It was horrific. Shouldn't have been alive still. And yet another one was partially consumed. He's like, and my horse looked like it had died trying to defend these mares because it had been grabbed around the neck and had been bitten on the face and in the haunches. You could see that it was a struggle. And then, whatever this creature was, it was very powerful because part of the horse was up in a tree. And then that's when he said, look, he's like, whatever these things are, they're very powerful. They're very strong. And I don't know if I believe the story or not about me as a child, or if I would believe it or not. He goes, maybe you don't believe it. He goes, but I have to because my own dad saw it. And one of those men was murdered by something. Now, the story's been lost to time. It's like, oh, a psychopath murdered him. They stole a child. It was cut and dry. The magistrates, the local constabulatory, whatever, said it was just a simple thing. Couple of crazies came into the camp, stole a child. These men went looking for it. They found them hiding in a cave. I don't know why they'd be living in a cave. That part's weird. And then when they went into the cave to get the child back, one of them was killed. Oh, really? Why was his face ripped off? Why was his head removed from his body? Oh, because they had a big dog. They had a big dog there with them, protecting them. This was the official story. It was a dog. Dogs did it. That big old dog. They just tried. Big dog. Right? In fact, they were planning on eating the dog later. They were like, hey, that dog looks very tasty. Somebody goes looking for their dog. They're like, I don't know. What's your dog look like? Really? Really? Next time, get a bigger dog, like a Great Dane or something. I got some cousins coming down. I'm joking, man. But it was a dog, right? A dog did it. That's what tore this man's, they said according to what his grandpa said, his shoulder and his head were taken like in one move. And his grandpa had to see that. His grandfather's grandpa, anyway, his dad. So you think about it, and it's really not that long ago. It was well over 100 years ago, but it wasn't that long ago, But this particular county has always been kind of like, let's just keep everything normal. Let's not talk about it. Let's not, people see weird stuff all the time, right? His grandfather told him, he says, and he goes, since then, he goes, I had seen these balls of light. There were other people who had died near Brushy Creek or had gone missing. There were people who had disappeared from the saloon or the tavern, whatever it was. But he said, he goes, it always happened. He goes, we would see these balls of light. And his grandpa told him, he goes, my dad would flip out whenever they would see those balls of light. He goes, we had these wooden shutters. We'd put them on the doors and on the windows. And so Adrian's grandfather asked his grandfather, he goes, why, Grandpa? He goes, Because when we'd see what they call the will o' the wisp, when we'd see these will o' the wisp, we knew something bad was going to happen. They looked at those balls of light as a portent of evil. Like it was like, oh, something's going to happen that's bad, right? It just says, hey, evil is on the way. We here at PRT, though, we have been initiated, as Bain said. He's like, you have been initiated, right? For those who are uninitiated, right? But we are initiated. My Bain impression. But he says, look. And his grandpa had told him, he says, look, that meant something was going to happen. We hated seeing those spook lights, will o' the wisps. They would see them in the old country too. And his dad knew. He said, we'd see them, and we knew something bad would happen. But see, now we know that those are orbs. And not orbs are created equal. Not all orbs are created equal. Some orbs can be very bad. Work. It never ends. Not a lot of good news right now, folks. If you could pray for me and my family, I'd greatly appreciate it. We're going through some tough times right now. Okay, so where were we? Okay, so anyways, these orbs or will o' the wisps, as you would call them, we know that sometimes things come out of them. These creatures could be these orbs, or they could be traveling, in them. They could come out like Dick Richards always says, and Dick will be on with Jason Bland later, folks. So I'm sorry if I'm just got some really bad news about. Pray for my family, please. It's just. All right. I got to type back. This is important. All right. Sorry about that, folks. So here at PRT, we know what they are. We think we know what they are. Now, people go to haunted locations. I talked to a bunch of people yesterday from the ghost community. It's mostly ghost people there. But we're trying to break that compartmentalization that's happening. So I think what's happening is that these entities, these creatures, I believe they are metaphysical, right? And not necessarily what this thing was. If it was a werewolf, as they seem to believe in this story, these encounters, these things could be, but it could be a spiritual thing that attaches to somebody and makes them become that way. Now, how that young man became that way, they said it was his son, remember? I don't know. I don't know if that's what it is. I don't know if that's a werewolf or what that was. We don't even know. That story could have just been a story that was told and passed down, and it just became that's what it was. So there's a lot left to interpretation there. I believe this guy, though, when he told me that he heard these stories, he said it shocked him because he knew that there were stories. So he goes to his grandfather to get the whole scoop. And this is what his grandfather told him. This is the guy that we talked to, Adrian. And he had heard me talking about a bank teller that saw one in Leander. Now, I had a woman over there by the HEB down there that saw one too, run across the road, the highway going to Liberty Hill. It's 183. It's like an offshoot 183. And so you have these creatures that are running around. And if you watched Eric Palacios' video, you probably know that there's a whole lot of weird stuff connected to the beast of Brushy Creek. What it is, or who it is, or what they are, we don't know. So you have this whole family that has had encounters with these things. So he explains to his grandson, this is his grandfather talking about his grandfathers, right? So this older guy, he tells him, he says, look, he says, that happened to me as a young man. And he's like, and if I would have stayed on that horse that night and rode to what would eventually become your grandmother, he's like, you wouldn't be here. And his grandfather said something funny. He's like, you'd be somebody else. It wouldn't be you. He's like, but the good Lord would have made you somebody else. And then he just kind of rubbed his head like he always did. He said, my grandpa was always messing up my hair. And he told him, he says, well, let's get back to work. And so he asked him, he says, Grandpa, what do you think? He says, well, I know what I think. I know what I believe. He goes, but if you want to talk to, my brother, who's still alive, his great uncle, he says, you can talk to him. So he did. Adrian did his homework. He went to his uncle, Robbie, who would have been his grandfather's brother. And he talked to him. And he said, this is great uncle. He says, what did you see? And he lives out on a farm out east, this other town. And he told him, he says, when I was a kid, we were down by the creek and it was my stupid idea. And the water just exploded and this thing came up out of the water. And he goes, my brother said, look at that. And then it was back down before I could even get a good look. My older brother saw it and my younger brother saw it, but me being the stupid middle one, I went down there to look. I wanted to get a better look. And they kept telling me, come on, Robbie, get out of there. Something's going to come. He goes, and I saw some movement in the water. And then there was this explosion that was even bigger than the first one. And this creature lunged up out of the water and tried to grab me. He's like, and I remember screaming and crying and begging Jesus to save me. He's like, every time we would go to church until this happened, he said, when we would pray, I would fall asleep and I'd get whooped. He's like, falling asleep in church, man. He's like, I would get spanked. I did too. And when I was little, I got spanked a couple times to learn my lesson. If I fell asleep in church, I got spanked. We get home, spanking. So I understood that. And he said, I'd fall asleep in church. And then when we time to pray, he goes, my sisters were all into it. My little cousin too was actually, they raised him as their brother, but he goes, my brothers. And he said, but not me. Nope. He's like, I would just sit there with my eyes open, looking around at all the fools. He goes, your grandpa, he really was a believer. And I used to make fun of him and tease him mercilessly. Until we were down at Brushy Creek and that thing came out of the water and nearly took me. And now he asked his great uncle a funny question. He says, Uncle Rob, what would have happened if it would have, he goes, would have grabbed me and taken me? He goes, have you not heard all the stories about this creature? Have you not heard everything we've talked about over the years? And here is when Adrian had to step up to the plate and be a man. And he goes, I wasn't really paying attention. And his uncle said, that's right. You don't pay attention. You're just like my boy. And that would have been his dad's first cousin or his mom's first cousin. He said, you're just like my boy. He was the same way. You know what happened to Jamie, right? And he was like, what happened to Jamie? He said, oh, you don't know. He said, because this to me proves, this is me talking. He said, this to me proves, right, that these things were everywhere. He says, well, your Uncle Jamie, get this. This is where it's really interesting to me. He said, your Uncle Jamie was working out on a farm baling hay. Now, I know that wasn't in Cedar Park or Leander, right? You get where it was. It was in between Hutto and Taylor. Well, that's where I'm from, is Taylor, Texas. He said, your Uncle Jamie was working on the other side of Hutto. We knew Hutto even back then. It was just a little bitty nothing town. There's still no water there. They have to buy it from Taylor. They shouldn't exist. Anyways, Taylor and Hutto in between each other, right? And he said, he goes, he was out there. He was baling hay for this farmer out there. And he's in a truck. And he was asleep. And he told him, he said, this is the 70s, you know. He was a really young guy. He said, Jamie always wanted to do things his own way. I told him what happened to me. And he's like, they decided it was hot. They were taking a nap, and he was tired. And he was like, you know what? Let's call it a day. And let's drive down to Jonah. Jonah, really, really neat little spot. The water runs real fast down the creek through there. It's an offshoot of San Gabriel. Brushy Creek, too. Let's go swimming. If you keep going as the crow flies and you just go at an angle, you end up in Granger. Now I'm going to do when my cameras come in, I'm going to go to Granger and I'm going to show you where there were some encounters there. Not the least of which is one of the women that gave us a story, and we tracked down where her encounter was. And she was running, jogging, whatever. She was, I told this story on the show. And she stayed with her grandmother, and she was jogging one summer, and she ended up running into some trouble. So we're going to take you out there. We're going to show you. So anyways, it's not that far. It's probably 12 miles, maybe 14. I think it may be 12 to 14. I'm estimating. I believe it's about how far. And so if you were to go as the crow flies, right, cutting across all the fields and everything else, this particular night, it got dark, and he had an old Ford pickup, and he got in the pickup with his two friends, and they had this, slacker mentality. His Uncle Rob was not too fond of that kind of behavior either. And he basically was like, well, it serves you right. So they go to get back into the truck, and it's pitch dark at this point. They had to get out of the creek and walk across, because that water will get going fast when it rains, and it'll wash you down. I've been there. It'll wash you down. So they had to walk a long ways to get back, to get out of that water and get back. And if your shoes are coming off, like mine did, you really have problems. So they started walking back, and they get in the truck, and they turn the light on, and there right before them, holding on, the way his cousin Jamie told the story is like it was holding on to a tree branch, just looking at him. Didn't turn its head, didn't do anything. They just said in the face, it looked like this horrific looking wolf-headed, werewolf looking thing, just standing there. And then he's like, it just stood there, and it was right in front of him, and it was hanging off of a tree branch, kind of like an ape almost, but it dropped down, and then it just charged at their truck. And he goes, when this thing hit the truck, it pushed it with its front hands. It had hands, wasn't a wolf, pushed it, and the truck went backwards. Of course, this is a standard, it's not an automatic truck. He's trying to put it in gear and get out of there, and this thing goes along the side, knocks the mirror off, and reaches in and yanks on his Uncle Jamie. Had this like shirt or whatever, a wet shirt, and he took it and he grabbed him, and it took his just like a fingernail, went across his arm, scratched him, cut him, and ripped open one of his veins. So now he's driving and he's bleeding damn near to death. And so they're like, we got to get to the doctor, get to the hospital. So he tried to avoid going to the doctor. He didn't want to have to. And so he said that it was weird because he looked, get this is weird. This is a very weird thing. He said he looked at his arm and it was bleeding. And then all of a sudden it coagulated. It stopped. Like it was just like it quit. And it was like spurting blood. And this creature like nailed the side of their truck too. But then the blood stopped. So he thought he was okay. So he goes home, right? Lost his job. He was being a slacker, right? And I do believe that the devil's lettuce might have been involved in this too. That's what I was told. I don't want to say too much because then they're like, oh, that's what happened. They were just hallucinating. They were on that goofy, wacky weed, and that's why they saw this. But I don't believe that. I don't believe it at all. Hey, Tony, thank you for joining us. I'm going to say hi.
Buddy.
You might want to move over to the other chair because it's just you and me in the studio today. So, my goddaughter, which would be your sister, she's deploying. You want to say what's going on there? He's in late.
Yeah, my sister's deploying tomorrow morning. So my family was having a party for her. She's going to be joining the Air Force.
She'll be going, I assume, to Lackland, right? In San Antonio. A lot of weird stories out of there, too. My sister went there, as did her husband. They were in the Air Force, too. And they ended up at Nellis. I was there at Nellis Air Force Base at one time. I wasn't in the Air Force, okay, but I support the military. But I went there and talked to some people years ago and ended up getting a security job, when I was, but anyway, a long time ago. So here's the thing. This guy is bleeding. This is his cousin's, his dad's first cousin would be his second cousin. And he's quite a bit older than him, but this happened when he was young. I don't know how old. I didn't get the age, and he didn't know. But he says, my son, this is his great uncle now, the one that was nearly grabbed. Yeah, his son had the same thing. This thing tried to grab his son. And we're going to get to something very strange now because I want to say something about this, and you're going to ask why. And I'm going to tell you what I think. Now, what I know is what I know, but I don't know for sure. But what I think. Think about it. The Hernandez Ranch. Why are those people afflicted with these things? And others aren't. Why are them and the Hudsons having problems? Well, it could be because of the territory, right? But then they all move to different places and they still see these things and they have problems. Well, now you got the one story where the girl played with the Ouija board. I believe it's in the book. I'm not 100%. Forgot her name. Angelica, I think it was. I think that's Joe's stepdaughter, right? Okay, and Joe. But it's crazy, right? And so he goes, I don't understand. Adrian tells me, he says, I don't understand why my family had these encounters. I said, I believe that there's a lot of people who've had a lot of encounters that they don't talk about. They don't say anything. Imagine, now we have all these encounters that we know have happened to these people. But I've interviewed people who don't even want to talk about a ghost. They're just like, I don't want to talk about it. Why? Because they can hear me. You right, Tony? Mm-hmm. We've heard this. It sounds funny. Exactly. They want to go outside in the yard. We had a lady, she wouldn't talk about the ghosts in her house. Tony can tell you. She went outside to talk to us. She was like, I'm outside now. I don't want the ghosts to hear me, Now, I guess you really wouldn't understand unless it's you, right? And I've heard this before. And I'm just like, you know what? Perfectly okay with it. I'm not going to tell them that your name is Karen Stamper and you live in Kansas City, Missouri. I'm joking. That's not her. I made that name up. That's not her. Stamper. I don't know what kind of name that is. That's when you come up with the top of your head, I guess. She's Karen, Shackley. Shackley. There you go. Because the lady, I thought of Karen because the lady the other night, her name was Karen. So anyway, sorry, I couldn't come up with a better name, but Karen, whatever. Then you tell, and you're like, I'm not gonna tell everybody your name. But she was like, I don't want to go outside, but I need to. She's like, there's something in my house. I don't blame you. So what was in her house, though? I'm not going to say that particular woman. She had something very evil in her house. And we're going to talk about that on the show eventually, too. But not tonight. That's for another time. Tonight we're talking about this creatures, right? Now, I'm going to tell you something. Whether you believe or you don't believe, it's hard to take the word of a person you don't know. I'm talking about me, and you're taking the word of somebody who's talking about his grandfather's telling him that this happened to his grandfather. So this whole story, I'm going to preface it right now with just take it with a grain of salt because, and no offense to you, Adrian, I think you're a respectable guy. And I don't think you're lying about this. I think you're telling the truth, or I wouldn't have said it, repeated it.
This is just something we say for everyone, no matter who you are. Story.
Yeah,
it's important because having your own opinions is important here on PRT. Because your opinion, when told to us, might change our opinion on something. Because it's important to have that massive amount of not disagreeing ideas, but varying ideas. Because then that's how you come forward toward the truth, an actual common truth.
Yeah. And my thing is, these people that tell these encounters, like when they say, well, I heard this, or whatever. Well, one thing we do, like I said, we know that there is something there because there have been multiple sightings of a creature near Brushy Creek. I know because I've fielded some of these reports myself, as has my colleagues. Anthony's not here tonight. He was here early, had to leave. He had an emergency. He had to go deal with work. And we've got some bad news about someone in our family. So I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to dump it on you. It's something I deal with. And for those of you who witnessed me talking about the stuff we talked about on Wednesday, if you didn't like it, I'm not going to apologize for it because I didn't do anything wrong. Sorry that you don't believe. I'm not sorry. But if you don't believe, you don't believe. Keep your opinions to yourself. Because I don't really, you're wasting your time typing it to me. But it was overwhelmingly positive, but it's my truth. That's what I believe because it's what I know. Now you know. Because for 6 years, I never told people why I believe the way I did. Now you know why. So there you go. So that's that. And that's, if you go back Wednesday, we were talking about a subject. If you want to go check it out, go check it. If you don't worry. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. If you want to be here in the chat, be here. If you don't, leave. Eat pizza, don't eat pizza. It's your world. I'm living in it. Okay, so here's the thing. This particular story now, you got to remember, this is secondhand from secondhand. What intrigued me, though, was that he was talking about an area where I'm from, and an area where he's from, and now an area where I'm living. So I'm like, I want to know. Okay, and we've heard people talk about this stuff before. And, of course, Eric Palacios made the video about the breach of Brushy Creek, And I thought that it was incredible when he said, hey, when I heard you talking about that bank teller that had spoken to me about the and he just so you know, that guy, I think he was being very honest. He just said, I saw one of these things. And it was, he was telling me right there. I was, if I had more time, people behind me, but if I had more time, it was just one person, but still, you want to be respectful and not sit there and linger. But, I told him, let me talk to you, And he told me what he saw. It was just one of those short encounters like you'd put on TikTok or something. Not really here, it's just, he saw it and it was scary. And I believe him. I believe he's telling the truth. He doesn't know me from Adam. He's a bank teller, and he told me he's a Hispanic guy, middle age. Okay, I'll call you right back. I mean, I got an emergency, folks. I'll be. All right, sorry about that. I have a family thing, but it's being dealt with. Please pray for my family. That's all I can ask. I can just, my family's dealing with some stuff right now. Please. I'm not 100% sure what's going on right now. I'm just getting bits and pieces. Okay, it looks like it's going to be okay. We have somebody who was not doing good physically, and my family, wanted me to not, And one of the things, and this really sucks, is that because we have people that are harassing us and stalking us and doing horrible things, I want to keep my family, my close family and my extended family away from that. I'm trying to keep them as unexposed to it as possible. And because if these people find out anything, who they are, they'll go after them. They've already done this. This is you don't really understand to the extent of what these people have done. Okay, I don't like talking about these people. I don't want to bring them up, but it's the truth. So I can't give much information about them. Does that sound right, Tony?
Yeah, it's just you have to be so wary about what you say, and it used to be where you could at least talk your mind, but now you're so worried about how it's going to be perceived or how it's going to be misperceived, taken and used, that
everything is fair
like
game to these
eggshells.
people. Yeah, they will take anything they can and try to use it, and they'll twist it and lie and turn it into a big, a big to do. And so
you can beg with them. You can
yeah, we've
with them.
tried everything. You can't
can just be
reason
mad
with
at
them. Yeah.
Nothing works.
They're like satanic terminators, dude. You just can't. Nothing you can do. So my family has been attacked and targeted. They've targeted my sisters. They've and one of them is I don't really speak to. And they've said things about our mother, and I don't want to get too many people involved in this. I've told my family and my really close friends in my personal life just to stay out of it as best you can, because you will be targeted. And so these people, they stop at nothing, because I personally think that they're on a mission. It's either satanic and they're paid, or both. I really believe you are. I'm telling you, this is, so not only am I having to deal with the pain of my relative here, going through this bad stuff, but then I have to deal with you. I can't even discuss what it is, because we talked about it and we're like, hey, I can't talk much about my personal life anymore, because these people do everything they can to try to just.
It sucks, because PRT used to be like a family.
And then they make up all these wild, crazy stories. And then they say things like they know me personally. Well, I talked to this guy personally, and I drank with him. No, you didn't. Not one person over there has ever had a drink with me, ever.
Wolf doesn't drink. I
don't drink, and I haven't drank for several years. So, they say these outlandish things. Like one of the comments, just to give you an example, they were like, it said him and his drug buddies. I don't even say, I don't even talk like that. I don't know what these people, the way they said the guy, like I went up there and told him, hey man, help me get this guy dead, or some kind of crap, and I'm like in Temple, Texas, and we tried to, whatever. And I'm going like, what is this? What is this? Scared straight? It's just stupid. I mean, like, I don't know, these people after school special, but this is the kind of people that they are. And they said after what happened Wednesday, oh man, there's no coming back from this. Well, I think 740 people in the chat tells you a different story, doesn't it? And now they're mad because of that. But instead of stopping and leaving us alone, you continue to just try to twist and make my life hell. The truth is, though, you're really hurting innocent people more than you're hurting me, because what you say about me, I'm looking the camera dead in the eye. I don't give a shit what you say about me. I don't freaking care. PRT is a freight train, and guess what? The tracks are laid right over your ass. Period. And in the end, you're going to lose. You will lose. You're going to take your pound of flesh, because the devil always does. But in the end, you're going to lose really big, really, 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 really big. Because here at PRT, we win. And we win bigly. Is that a word? I don't know.
Oh, I think so. Big league too.
Quoted the current, when he says bigly, I always thought that was funny. He said that. I thought it was kind of stupid at the time. Like, this guy's talking weird, but now I laugh about it. I think it's funny. But yeah, that's what's going on. So we have a person that's not doing good. and we don't want to, because I don't want to say too much, because I would say their name and say, can you lift this person up in prayer? But I can't, because then they'll find out who it is and they'll go and they'll start harassing this person because they don't care if the person is dying. They don't care. My business partner had a heart attack, and guess what? They harassed the hell out of him. My lawyer had a medical issue. They didn't care. They came up here and tried talking to my lawyer, messing with me. Dude, these people are out of their freaking heads. You don't know what it's like until you're going through what we're going through. And it's been a nightmare. It's been a 1.5 year nightmare. One of them, who threatened to kill us on air, called up on Monday. I didn't expect that, did you?
Mm-hmm.
And said, hey, I'm sorry I did this, because they told him all these horrible, evil things. People, it's not a block and delete thing. You don't understand that. These people have multiple fake accounts. They flooded the comment section in Ellie Marzulli's deal, and they had to go pull them out.
They called from like multiple numbers. You would block one, and they'll call from the exact.
They keep on doing it
over and over and over again.
And to the point where we couldn't accept friend requests because we don't know who's who. And they've attacked people that just, anything to do with the show. Their goal is to derail this train,
because they see it for what it is, which is truthful, honestly, and actually helpful. And I think like a part of them is either jealous that they aren't on the train, or they aren't a part of it, or they're just hateful and don't want anyone to find the truth.
Yeah. Well, I think it's demonic. Yeah. Absolutely. There's no way in heck you can do and say the things that they've done and said and not be demonic. Oh. And then they take when I retaliate, I get mad and I retaliate and I lose my cool and I say some stupid crap, which I've done. I mean, I admit to what I've done. I've said it. I've gone out there and I've clowned the hell out of these people. Then they turn that into a highlight reel, because the main guy is behind it all is a sick, perverted man. I'm not even going to say his name on here, but he is. He's mentally ill. He's got some serious demonic demonic influence isn't even the word. I don't even know how to tell you this. Oh, it's getting worse. Oh, I hate this. And I can't even ask for prayers. I can ask for prayers, but I can't say the names of people. This is crazy. If you could, just please pray. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking for anything else. I'm asking for money or donations or anything. Just pray. That's what I need right now is prayer. That's what we need. Just please just pray for me and my family. We get through this. Yeah, I agree. It's not supposed to be like this. Could you do me just text them and tell them that I can't really take any more updates right now because I'm trying to finish the show, and I get the situation is grave, I've got to. There's people. There's nothing I can do. I mean, like me leaving here and going and being there's not going to fix the problem. It's not going to do anything. So I've got a work situation going on, and I got that situation going on. I notice our neighbors now leaving their light on because somebody tried to break in to our stuff over here. And so people who say, well, just block and delete them. Yeah, well, you tried doing that. When they vandalized your cars, they siphoned all the gas out of our vehicles too. They thought that was cute. We told the police this. This has been reported. I mean, we've told them, what are you supposed to do? We had to move. Do you understand? We had to move from where we lived.
Our new house, we had to move in.
We had to move. So, they have done as much damage as they can to stop us. And then they made a post. If you go to PRT News, I'll show you. It's I don't know if I could do it right now, but they made a post basically when I went live on Wednesday or Friday. It was Friday when we had the show, that they said that I was destroyed from that, because we had the guest on, Danielle Borzon.
Thank you again, Danielle.
Danielle came on, and so they made a post saying, "Oh, we got all of our soldiers ready. We're going to report, PRT, and get ready, everybody. Let's attack." And I mean, that was a call to arms. This, whether we believe it's a war or not, it's a war for them. It's a jihad for them. And and one of them has already been talked to by the FBI, and he's still doing it, because the FBI is not going to do anything, at least for now, until they escalate it to another level. Because this guy, even though he's made threats, it's all hearsay from one person to the next, is what they're saying. And I'm like, oh, so what, we wait around until these people kill me? Is that what we do? Is that what's happening? So I guess you can do and say whatever you want, as long as you're evil. They're on your team. You're their friend. It's absolutely ridiculous. A nightmare. It's a whack-a-troll. You get rid of one, as another one pops up. It never ends. So that's what we're dealing with, and now I'm dealing with a family emergency here. But it's under control now. But nothing. I mean, I can't change the situation. I can't go and be there right now, because there are already people there and they're dealing with it, and I can't add. It's stressful, and I can't say the person's name and ask for prayers, because these people will run down there and try to find who they are and go harass and attack. And this person, they could be laying there dying. They don't care. They don't care. They harassed my business partner while he was sick with a heart attack. Do you understand? Like, that's heartless. They don't care. They asked my mortgage broker. They got in touch with my mortgage. They tried to get him to tell them where we lived, to give them our address. It wasn't a trick. Like, the guy called them and they knew who he was. And he just was like, and then they went to some of our accounts to talk to our clients. I mean, it's unbelievable what they've done. And to me, they will do anything. And two of them in particular, they have just gone beyond, what should be considered, this humane. Yeah. Which leaves no doubt in my mind that these people would absolutely unalive me if they got the opportunity. And then now they all tell their same story to the police, and it's like, oh, well, they're not going to hurt you because they all told us the same story. Of course they did, because they're all on the same team. You're not listening to our side, right? But they did say that they were going to start monitoring the situation, so hopefully they will. And then you need to pay attention to what they're doing. And YouTube, we got in touch with YouTube again yesterday, Friday, and we actually talked to somebody and said, look, this is what they're doing, and they're targeting our channel because they want it taken down. Why? You tell me. Because I'm evil bad guy. Because supposedly, I did all these. I'm a Leviathan worshiping whatever, because one of them believes that crap because another one told him. The ringleader told everybody all this nonsense, and some of them are stupid enough to believe it. Then those people, though, what they are, replicators. I've talked about this before. Their job is like a virus to replicate. So his main replicator goes and just goes down the line and talks to everybody. He took some of our members, our people who were part of PRT, who had been part of our show for a long time, and took them from us with lies, with absolute, just flat out lies that I am a Satanist and I worship Leviathan, some water demon or whatever it is. I mean, it's unbelievable. And they believe it. They believe this crap. So if you're that stupid and gullible, I don't want you around anyway, if you're going to believe that nonsense. So that's what they do. So it's made our lives absolute hell, you know. But like I said, if it was just me and I didn't have a family and all that, I would just be like, oh well, you know, who cares? Made up the most horrible, you know, lies they could think of. And I don't know, maybe we should do a rumble after this and just tell you. I'll show you the proof. Because if you're not in PRT news, you probably don't know. But this is ridiculous that I have to go through this. It's just a daily thing with these people. Mammy says to say a prayer. Don't know if I should pray right now. I have a pretty angry heart. So let me finish this encounter and what's going on here. And I apologize to you, Adrian, because I'm trying to retell your encounter. I know you're working nights. You're not watching it right now, but you will be. And I want to do it justice. So let me finish. So what we were talking about, his cousin, it was his cousin Jamie, who was working, in a place not in Taylor, but not too far away. He ends up being attacked, and this thing had ripped open his arm, right? And it was his left arm. He was driving, and then he had the right arm on the other side, and his two friends are screaming and freaking out. And this is an old Ford, and one of his friends is in the back of the pickup. Can you imagine that? That would really suck to that thing being out there. And so this thing, it chased after him for a ways, and then it stopped. He got out of there. And the thing just ran off the road and took off. So anyways, that was a very scary experience. That was very, and so he narrowly got away with just that scratch, but it was one claw, one scratch, whatever. It coagulated. But then, so he goes home, he goes to sleep, he wraps it up, he thinks everything's fine. Then he wakes up and his whole arm is like weird bluish purple, whatever. And it was like instantly infected. Right. So then he had to go to the emergency room. He went to the emergency room and they sent him to Austin. They said, you need to go because you have an infection in your arm. And he nearly lost his arm. And for weeks, he was having these weird dreams, and he was seeing what looked like the shadow of this, like a creature or something in his window. And when he talked to his dad about it, his dad was like, yeah. He's like, that, when I was young, I nearly was taken by this thing that burst up out of the water in Brushy Creek. Now, this is Adrian's grandfather. This is his brother, right? His brother's son, Jamie, which would be his second cousin. And he said, here's the thing. He said that he was never the same. He said that, dude, he gets these really bad migraines, these headaches, whatever, and get this. And this is very important that Adrian told me. He says, one time he was playing football. This is his cousin, right? His cousin was playing football with his friends, like a pickup game, like Thanksgiving or whatever. And he said he got real winded. He said, and he went to the restroom and he had to, like, he got, how you work out real hard. It was like he was working out too hard.
Oh, like lightheaded.
Yeah. And he's not a big guy, but he went to the restroom and he threw up. And he said when he did, there was this black sludge. And he said that's happened to him a few times in his life. So, because he asked his cousin, he went to see him, which is his second cousin. He said, hey, and he said that, we're all pretty good friends, a family, whatever. And he asked him about it. And he said that, did you have any residual? And I put him on this. I said, look, ask him if he had any residual. And I said nothing about that. But Adrian knows about it. But I said, don't say anything. Just see what he says. He said one time he threw up. But Adrian did his due diligence. And he asked him, he said, when you threw up, what did it look like? He said, well, it was this black stuff. And he described this like a black pudding type substance. Oh. Yeah, it was. But he said that he thought it was like maybe blood because it was so dark. And so he said, no, it wasn't blood. It was just black. And so he said it happened to him multiple times in his life. So you do the math. What was that cut his arm, that made him have these issues? There's something there. right? And so here at PRT, we've tried, and Jordan says Jello pudding. He was stabbed by the werewolf as a Jello pudding, and it becomes this black goo which is coming from his mouth. You know, I told him take a roof and just calm down, just go to sleep from there. Nobody's gonna touch you. But yeah, it's such a weird thing. You know, you got this vile substances. People seem to be, you know, we've had so many reports of that. Could it be? I mean, I'm just going to say this. Could it be that his cousin was infected with some kind of parasite or something that would make him do that?
Yeah, I like some kind of disease, or I mean, it seems like it the way he got immediately infected, right?
Yeah.
And maybe it's like some secondary got attached, and it's been making him throw up. That what is that buildup though? Like, what is that black buildup? That's
It seems like though his cousin, his body is like expelling it on a regular basis. Whatever, like it's not. And he's well, and he also it said that his cousin had said he had not had an episode like that in almost 20 years. So,
you know, this is kind of going into. This is definitely going into fantasy because these are some things I've read. But a funny thing they do is like, it's they talk about how like when they're reaching a new level, it's like they're cleansing their body of all the filth inside of it, and it's described as a black sludge kind of thing. So like when you said that, that's what I immediately thought of. So that's funny that you say like he's repeatedly getting rid of it, because what if it is like the filth in him? But I just don't understand why it scratched him to cleanse him.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like a putrefaction or something. You know, I still think that there's something to these things having like it's a parasite.
Yeah, manifest impurities.
You remember yesterday when we were talking to one of the paranormal researchers? I don't want to say the name if we can't remember who it was, but it was one of the people. Who was that we were talking to? Do you remember? We were talking. Blondes. Krista and Brandy told us, they introduced her to us.
Yeah.
I don't want to say her name. We don't get it right because then she'll be like, "That's not my name." You know, that's not my name. That's not my name. Okay. Anyway, she's a paranormal investigator, and it was at the bowling alley after the conference, and we were talking to her. And we were talking about the woman who had gone on aboard the. Okay, well, we don't know if it was an alien craft or if it was. I don't know what it was, but she was taken. I think it was a hangar. Personally,
you guys remember this story? It's the one where
because you and I agreed on that. You know, we talked. Me, you, and Anthony talked about it, and you and I agreed that. And Anthony said he didn't know what he thought, and I said I thought it was a hangar. You remember that? And you brought it up.
I said it was either like a lab or, like you said, a hangar.
And so and so I didn't know what to think, but you know, so I thought maybe she was taken aboard a crap, but then she was abducted, and she talked about this creature that was sitting kind of folded over, and it had those wings. It was like what Reed had described, or not Reed, Creed. Had described on the show when Ken Gerhard was on there. And I thought it was interesting that he had described the thing that was on Ken Gerhard's book cover, right? Because it's all connected. I don't care what these people that are into this compartmentalization, they're not doing us any favors. And they're not getting to the bottom of any of this. I don't care what they say. That's part of why we're getting attacked, because these people want to make fun and joke. And these people that are doing the attack, they don't actually believe in any of this. They like to make fun of us and say we're crazy. Because one of them in particular who hasn't bathed in 10 years, he is that's a sign of mental illness, by the way, buddy. You might want to take a shower. He's trying to convince everybody that we're crazy. That's his big thing. Why are you so obsessed? Because the more we talk about this, the more agitated they seem to be. So he's on somebody's payroll. He has to be. So Creed comes on, he talks about this creature, but that was weird. This predated that by a long ways. And so he'd heard us talk about it, and he was like, dude, that is. So here's the thing. You know, those aliens that took her aboard that craft. I think they were the same ones you were talking about yesterday, about the food.
Yeah, it was. I thought it wasn't her story that she was getting like repeatedly abducted, but these aliens, specific ones, were different.
Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, so they were taking her, they were abducting her, and they introduced her to these other ones that were from another star system, like another region completely. This was her story, okay? And I want to say her name was like Ashlyn or something. I kept trying to remember it yesterday.
Yeah.
I couldn't find it in the file because they got moved over to the new deal. So anyway, she talks about this creature that she saw in this other facility, which she thought she was aboard a craft, but I think it was too big to be a craft. I think it was a hangar. And I think they were here on Earth. That's my opinion. I don't know for sure. She doesn't really agree. She doesn't really know, or she didn't really agree.
It doesn't make sense to keep a creature like that
on a ship. I don't believe that. I believe it's in a hangar. Yeah. And I think that they're from, and I'm going to say something else about the demons or whatever, because that goes along with this. I'm going to tell you. But what she said was that it was this creature that they said this thing had a plague, like a virus. Now I went back and I reread what she had sent me initially. And when I told the story on the show, I was going by what she had written or whatever, and I thought that I was doing it correctly. But what she had told me when I recorded it, because I had recorded it, I went back and I checked it. It was a little bit different. And what she said was that this thing had a virus, or it was a parasite that was like a virus. It wasn't a virus. It was a parasite that mimicked a virus, but that it could infect everyone on the planet. And all it took was one of these creatures going unchecked. But according to what these beings were saying, it wasn't like it can only infect so many beings. And then the job was for this thing for them to spread it. Like this one being couldn't do it by itself. You know what I mean? It was like, I bite you, then you bite them, and blah, blah, blah. And it may stick or it may not, but you don't want these things running around loose. And they're not from here. They're from another place.
Because it becomes like a snowball effect.
Yeah, the snowballs, yes. So that's what we were talking about. So we talked about that case yesterday because these researchers, they were talking. And then, but we've ran into people who've told us all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's just, you don't know. It's just so much of it. It just goes on and on and on. But you got this weird being, but the way they described, she didn't say it was a vampire. She didn't see the face. She didn't see the fangs or anything. But
just like a winged humanoid kind of crawled.
Yeah, like a brownish colored winged humanoid, I believe is what she said. And it was just like, the way that she described it, and it was like like a demon or something, but it was encapsulated in a cube. And those aliens, I guess, they had all these specimens, and they told her not to go near it because it could infect her mind even, remember? So they were just like, yeah, don't go near it. Just, and they were, the aliens that had her, they were peaceful. They weren't trying to hurt her, but she had been tagged from, I believe it was her mother who had been being followed. If I remember correctly, I might be wrong about some of the details. I just went back over some of them when this early this morning when I got in. I just stopped and looked in the computer and I saw it and
I reminded you of that one because we were talking about the food that she was given and like that like airless white puck or whatever.
Yeah, they were surprised that we were still
how they were surprised we're still eating food instead of just absorbing it.
Yeah, because they absorb everything through the ether. Yeah, through the ether. Now, here's the weird thing, okay? And this all ties together, too. This guy, Jamie, his cousin, Adrian's cousin, now here's a weird thing. And there was some other stuff that we're not going to be able to get into or whatever, but he started hearing voices in his house after he got scratched, right? He could hear people having conversations upstairs. He could hear, he was just like, whoa. He's like, his brother was upstairs talking on the phone with his girlfriend. He could hear it. And his brother was in his room. He's like downstairs, out by the porch. And he could hear he could hear things. He could see things. And it was weird. He thought that it was just like what's wrong with me? What's he's having these nightmares. And then he started having these things that were coming in from the spare bedroom at that time, because unfortunately he had a sister who had passed away. So her bedroom was left alone by his parents. They were just like, don't move it, don't touch it, whatever. And so this thing was coming into his room at night, and it would speak. And this is interesting because one of the things that was told to Adrian by his grandfather, who said that his grandfather told him this, that he believed that these creatures that would come into the camp, they would lure people by pretending with their voices to be someone else. So they would say they would use the voice of someone, and people would say, well, I thought I heard so and so, and I went out there, and then this thing tried to attack me. That was one of the things that was happening in the camp. It wasn't all the time, but it was trying to lure them down by the creek, and then there was what happened to Jamie, and he was hearing voices, but then some of them sounded like they were speaking backwards, like it was just gibberish. I say backwards because I know what the heck, what that is. And let me tell you something. This is interesting. And I don't know if you want to agree with me or not, but I think demons do speak backwards. I do. I really do. I think it's been very common for a long time that they put messages and they use backmasking, right? We know that through the rock and roll and even rap, like they do. It's just people don't even know what they're singing, but you go back and play it, and it's been some hidden message. These demons do that. They'll talk in reverse. And I've had people tell me that they've recorded it, and they'll be like, I played it, and it was like this. Look at that number. See, YouTube, come on, man, seriously. It always stops there. But it's not even the same number as what's up there. It's down here is different, but whatever. But anyway, I can't stand that. And we're sitting here talking about this, and these demons, what they do is they'll play this, like musical notes too. It's called Diabolus and Musica, and these people will play it. I don't even know if they know they're doing it. Some of them I think do, some of them I think don't. And then they'll speak backwards. And I've heard people say that they are, they've heard, people's speaking and stuff, and it's speaking in tongues, and then they've had weird things happen. But it's like I don't. Yeah,
so I like
spell is
it comes like in gibberish. You said, I think we were talking about it earlier, and you said like if you hear them speaking and it sounds like gibberish, it might be because it's speaking backwards, and if that's happening, it's definitely demonic or something nefarious.
Yeah, I can't remember what all we were talking about.
We talked about a lot, but it was like a really deep conversation.
Yeah, it was me, you, Anthony, and Maddie, and we were talking about this.
We were talking about the rock stars and how that's
Lakota,
why.
Yes, it is.
That's why you could play their songs backwards and still find weird sayings and stuff. It's not coincidence.
We're always live, Lakota, on Sundays.
Yeah, everything has a purpose, and everything that they do has a reason. Because even if you think it's nonsense, it's not to them.
Yeah, because they know.
No one truly does nonsense willingly.
Yep. That's right. There's no reason for it. And the thing is, these devils, these demons, they have been around for a long time. And let me tell you something else. I'll go even deeper. There are demons and devils that grow, like they'll get bigger. You've heard of imps, right? They're these like small diminutive creatures, but they have the ability to get bigger. A lot of people don't realize that, and they become like what look like trolls or whatever. Because they feed off of a negative energy. They eat what's in the ether. That's what those aliens were telling that girl, that there is unlimited energy.
That they absorb it through their like body or skin.
Yeah, they absorb it. Yeah, and it's from the ether. It's from, and they said that in the way that they described how they rode on the waves, or what was it? There was like we've heard this before.
No, I remember now. These were two different stories, but they were so similar. Because of the food, remember?
Well, yeah, but we've heard this
because of the dude.
Yeah, there were different stories, but we've heard this before
of a guy who had the same thing.
The same thing happened.
Yeah, the puck.
Because sometimes whenever somebody will give you a story and then another person will tell it, it becomes like it confirms it for you, right? And that's what happened there. Because right. when they're talking, you start to go, oh, you get this aha moment. And I remember her talking about these ships, these craft, and they used the grid of the earth that was laid out there for like millions of years ago. And it's basically free energy. There is no real, we don't need fossil fuels. We don't really need all of this. It's being withheld from us, the information about this stuff. Now, I can't tell you what it is because I don't know. But Nikola Tesla seemed to know, and a lot of other people who are very brilliant people, smarter than me, seem to believe that this was the case. And I believe that there were giants, going back to the beginning. And I think that they were humongous. And this is going to sound nuts, but when they died, I think they became like mountain ranges. I'm not even joking. They make up part of the earth. They were so big. I don't think there were a whole lot of them either, but eventually I think they got smaller. But then I think something happened. I think at the time of the Watchers, I think those giants were actually different. There was a whole nother species of giant. I don't think they had anything to do with the original.
just like how there's, I think, like different races.
Different species of giant, different races, yeah. And we've been visited many times, and I know we've talked to so many different people in this field. I mean, I could name names, and it just sounds like you're name dropping, but I'm just being honest. We've talked to so many different people, but it boggles your mind. But the thing is, and I'm not tooting my horn, I'm telling you, I have an ability, because everybody's been given an ability, even though I'm not, can't do everything in the world. There's some things I can't do. I admitted it last night. They're trying to get me to sing karaoke. I said, you don't want me to sing karaoke. You don't want me to do that. You don't want me to try to play an instrument. I'm not a musician. I'm not a musical person. I'm like that lady. I'm not a musician, a magician. You call me a magician? He's like, no, I think you're misunderstanding. I called you a musician. I think I know. She kept on, I'm that person. I'm not a musician. All right. I'm not magical. I'm not liquid. But my point is this. There are some things I'm good at. And one thing is memorization. I have a very strong memory. Now, I can't remember.
Strong. It's actually kind of terrifying, like how the detail of your memory. Because, people say like, oh, I have a good memory, but they don't remember like you do. Like small details. Like,
you've been dealing with that since you were young.
No, because I haven't been seeing I haven't just been seeing it. I've been seeing you do it to me. At like moments I'm at, like you're remembering stuff where like I was present for, and I'm like, I know that's what happened, but like I don't remember it that vividly. How do you do that? And it's literally scary impressive sometimes.
Well, I appreciate the compliment, because I know when you and Zane were young, y'all didn't like it.
Definitely didn't like it.
Because you would lie to me and I'd be like, that's not what you said. And I was like a tape recorder.
Yeah.
I was like Soundwave. And I mean, my dad always said that that's the only ability you have is to remember everything bad. And I said, man, I can remember all the good stuff too. There's just not a whole lot of it. Throw me let's stack some wins here, and then we'll talk. But yeah, I can repeat things pretty good, and I have a pretty strong memory, but you have to kind of try to remember it. You know what I mean? But yeah, but just now though, we made a mistake because we were talking about two different cases, but that still,
they're so similar.
But there are multiple cases of people telling us that these beings have told them about the energy thing. And you're thinking, what does this have to do with Dogman? It has everything to do with it.
Because they survive off of your energy. So like understanding how these things
go ahead.
eat. I was gonna say understanding how these things feed, or like the different processes, is important, because like I said, no one does nonsense for no reason. Like, so when you figure out why they do the things they're doing, you can start, piecing some other things together, and you learn a little bit more about them. But, I think when you're just ignoring this because it doesn't fit your narrative, or it's not the answer you want, then you're never going to find it. You're never going to, like, this has nothing technically to do with Dogman, but the fact that these beings are asking why we do such a primitive way of eating makes us understand that, oh, these Dogmen, the way they eat is different from us, obviously, because the way we're doing it is seen as primitive throughout beings across the galaxy. These weren't people that were in our solar system. These were visitors from a different place, and they were looking at like us like, oh, what are these like monkeys doing, basically?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why are they
and-
playing with sticks? Why don't they put it together and make something?
Yeah, they couldn't understand. And in fact, they were the aliens that she was dealing with. If I remember her story, the one or not her was a guy, wasn't it? No, they were both female.
It was a guy and a girl. But the guy, I remember, he ate that cube, and remember he stopped like feeling hunger. And
Which
like,
one are you talking about? You talking about the one with the fluff?
I think it was he
We
had
haven't
like
told that one yet.
no, because I remember this because we told them together, because they were so similar.
Okay, I thought because there's one that remember the guy that said he ate like what was like a tasteless marshmallow.
Yeah, I thought we told. That's the one I'm talking about. I thought we told that one with this one.
No, I don't think so because I just saw that one in the folder. Like I didn't even
Well, then I might have read that and just
because
been
I
like,
know that's a guy because his name's Aaron.
Yeah.
I remember that.
yeah, that's his name.
Yeah, his name was Aaron.
I might have just read that and thought that we talked about it because it was so, like I said, it was
I'm pretty
extremely
sure because
similar.
it is hard to keep. I will say this: I have a good memory, but it's hard to keep track of all of it. And we've had several of our colleagues talk about how important it is to be organized, and we're just like, okay. You and I in particular are not the best at that.
We know how
like,
important it is to be organized. We just aren't.
Crap, but I can't get organized. I can't remember to do that. And Anthony gets, me and Tony, we can hear him on the computer. He's like, crap. And I'm like, one of us did it.
But he's not saying crap.
No, he's not saying crap. He's saying something else, but she's like, he's in there getting mad. And he's the one that kind of jumps on us about it. He's like, he's like, he wants to be like.
Ona says you told at least part of it because they say they remember it.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, Ona, though, there's more than one.
Yeah, that like
because the reason
this specific thing is like it's weird because I at least know that there are multiple stories of this because I've at least read them and I'm confusing them like I'm doing it now. Yeah. And I'm trying to piece together exactly which one goes where.
Yeah. But and it's hard to keep track because, I know that guy, Aaron. The reason I remember him is because he just gave us that one around Christmas time. And these other ones were way before that.
Yeah.
So his story, and another thing about his story is it's a shorter story. I need to tell it, but he had this dream. This is what I'll just tell the story right here.
Yeah.
I'll just tell it. Okay. His guy's name's Aaron. And he didn't tell us the story. It's in the folder. That's what he's talking about. It's there in the file. But what he told us was he got taken by these would be like greenish. Okay. They look like green people. Well, that's all I could tell you. He thought it was weird though. And here's the thing. This is going to sound goofy, right? So he went to bed after he went into the fridge and there was like they had a meal or whatever. And he said that there was leftovers. So he went in there and there was nothing left, but there was spinach and asparagus. And I don't know if this had anything to do with it. So I kind of laughed about that because he says, I ate a bunch of it and I went to bed because I was starving and there was nothing else. I was too tired to go grab anything. And so he says, I went to bed watching TV. And he's like, it was just like one of those boring shows. He said something like how it was made or how it's made or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
So he just said it was nothing. I was reading this, right? And he said this, it's kind of funny what he said that. And I know this story. We haven't told this one on the show. I know because I just got it in December. And he said, it was like Thanksgiving leftovers or something like that. And he said, it was last month. So this was in December. He was talking about the month before. He said, I was watching some boring show on TV. He's like how it was made or something. And so I think those are actually pretty interesting.
I do too.
But he said it was like a boring. That's okay. And so I messaged this guy. I said, what happened to you? He said, he said, so this is what he told me. I messaged him as a message, And he said, I went to sleep after eating spinach and asparagus and a roll, a dinner roll. And I was thinking that was kind of odd, but maybe he's a vegetarian. He says, no, there was nothing left. And he said, I felt a little sick and I went to sleep. He goes, but then I woke up to these green beings, maybe because the food was green. Maybe you could say maybe he's having a weird dream. Mm-hmm. Like Scrooge said, you're a blob of gravy, I think you're more of gravy than ghost, maybe that's, you could try to debunk it a little bit at least, and not scare people away from telling a story, but I can't just get on here and spout off any crap you say because you could be a troll. And that's happened. We've had people try to do that to us.
Cloud chaser.
Yeah.
Make something up.
And so this person gave us a story, but you can't vet that's impossible, especially when you get as many as we do. So this dude says, look, I got this story. And he told me, and he actually found me through another YouTuber podcaster. and it was through Merkel. He watches Merkel show. So he said, look, I got this story for you, and I think it would be up your alley. It's just, so there were these green-like beings. He said that he goes, and I got up out of the bed, and I ended up like being taken through the wall, which speaks to me like it could have been an out-of-body experience. But he ends up going down inside the earth. Like there was this hole, but then you couldn't see it. It was like he knew it was there, but you couldn't. And when he went down, he sat there with these beings that were green. They were like people. They looked just like people, but they were green. And they were eating this like fluff. It was like this, and they would tear it in pieces, and it was just kind of like it was just wispy stuff. Now, if you're in a spirit, though, why do you need to eat that? But he said it was just like they told him, just eat it. It's like pure energy. And he said it had the consistency of a foamy, like marshmallowy substance. But it was just he consumed it, but it gave him energy. And then he fell asleep because it made him sleepy, in this dream, which he thought was a dream. But I told him, I said, if you're already dreaming, why are you falling asleep? Right? That doesn't make any sense. And then he went back up topside. At least I think that's what he did, because he woke back up. I'm adding that. I shouldn't add. I don't know. But he woke back up and he was in his bed. That's Aaron. That's his story. So anyway, we've already told that one. So there goes.
But the thing I remember
So
is like he said,
now.
like days afterwards, he was not hungry. Like he wasn't thirsty. Like he just felt like everything like normal. And it was like, he just didn't desire any of it.
Yeah, that was the other guy.
Yeah.
I don't know. We need to message Aaron now and tell him, hey, look, that's what else happened to you? Because it's in the same folder as those. It's like other. I have it labeled like otherworldly food, and there's stories in there. I'm telling you, folks. I gathered some of these stories. They're not all mine. I mean, I got to thank NADP. Shout out to them, because a couple of the people that gave me stories from the NADP gave me these stories, which were weird. There's some of them that are weird. They see like these gnomes, like they'll see like a ball of light, and then they'll see like a dog man. And thank goodness they're not just tossing them out like some of these other groups. Like if they're not physical encounters, we're going to get rid of it. So because this was, some of these were way back in the loop. I got them when I was working. I never was officially a part of the NADP, but shout out to them and the IDP for helping and giving us, letting us have access. Jody Cook and Nick Valente, two different groups. They used to be together, but they're not now. But there was some people back then too. One of them who was good friends with these people that are doing what they're doing now, that helped them to be destroyed, to break that, but you know who you are, you know what you did. But, I thought, man, the information though is invaluable, but the NADP had all kinds of stuff. But two of these people that I had spoken to the stories were originally fielded by them. Mm-hmm. And these were people who had said, look, I had this weird encounter that because it had nothing to do with Dogman. And I was like, well, tell me. I mean, I take any, whatever. I don't, and one of them was like a ghost type encounter. And then there was another one, but it was like there again, they were eating. But I've had dreams where I'm eating stuff. I don't know what the heck that is, and it's weird. And then there was another one that was like a ghost type encounter. And then there was this one where it was like a gnome. They were gnomes, and they tried to get them to eat something. And it was like something like behind, there was the right side of this person. It was a female. She said that she heard this it was a male that it happened to, but a female's voice, and told him, hey, don't eat that. And these little creatures got like kind of looking around to see what was behind him. And they were like, who are you talking to? And he was like, no, nobody. And they were like looking, and then the voice started whispering and said, get out of here. They're going to take you. And so he got the heck out of there. But it was in the same area where he had seen orbs and the Dogman. And it was in North Carolina at that time, where he was staying at that time. And I believe it was North Carolina, because if you look at the NADP though, just looking at them, there were really like four sections. There was like the Midwest, which was like, they had the Midwest region, which had a lot of stories, which was Wisconsin. I think it was Minnesota, Michigan, that area. If you would just, and I'm not talking about the NADP, but I give them credit for originally kind of mapping it out. But since then, there's been a lot of, people have figured it out. The hotbeds, I believe, are the Carolinas and Georgia, right? And then I think you kind of go up, and then there's some in Pennsylvania, and then there's some up in upstate New York area, that area you get stories. And then you have those three, Michigan, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, seriously concentrated with Bigfoot and Dogman. And those are Dogman. And then down here, I think it's New Mexico. This is my opinion, personally. From what I've seen, we get more. Texas is a big hotspot. Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico. I mean, those are the main ones. I think in Arizona, I think a lot of it's Skinwalker. I'm not even joking. And I think Utah too.
Yeah, you definitely, it seems like towards those areas, you hear more Native American Skinwalker stories. But the thing is like you do get all kinds of reports from everywhere. But it's like sometimes just a one-off. And it's thanks to, the footwork that the NADP that really helped focus the track it, like you said.
Yeah, and hats off to Nick from the IDP, and I'm going to get Jody on here pretty soon too, and we can talk about all this. Jody was given a story. I don't want to tell his, but I think he might have told it on the show before. But he's talked about this to me personally. I know because we've spent like hours on the phone with me and him and Nick Valenti. And Jody had told me about this. He was into the UFO thing, and then Dogman came and kind of like Vic, he was into Bigfoot. And then Dogman came along and he was like, oh, what is this? And I'm not defending Vic, believe me. I know we've had our issues, but I mean, who wouldn't? If you're really seriously into this weird stuff, what's weirder than a damn werewolf?
Bigfoot's cool, but everybody wants to see
everybody knows
werewolves.
Bigfoot. I mean, but werewolves are like, these things are walking around doing stuff, it's going to make people kind of, so I can understand that why they would, because people, and what I'm saying is, let's put it this way. People have criticized Jody and Vic for that. They're like, oh, well, first they were into Bigfoot. Now he's into Dogman. Well, it's the same crap. Okay. I'm not saying it's crap, but it is. It's crap. They're evil, in my opinion. That's my opinion. A lot of people say they're not. But from what I've seen and heard, yeah, they are. They do a lot of bad things. But yeah, they got a bunch of crap that they do. But Jody was into the UFO thing, and then he became a Dogman researcher, and everybody was like, "Oh, well, he'll go anywhere." No, he's not. It's an interesting subject. And you're attacking somebody because of their interests.
I'm gonna say this. What's so sad about that is that should be an asset.
That you're into multiple fields. Yeah.
But instead, it's looked at it negatively. Yeah, and that's what's sad.
What's funny though is people have accused us of saying, "Well, this guy he'll talk about ghosts and Bigfoot, Dogman, or UFOs because he wants to make a buck." Do you see us making a bunch of money? Have you seen a bunch of donations tonight? Not much. And I'm not complaining. I'm just saying we're not making a bunch of money doing this.
They're accusing is like their accusations just don't have any proof.
No, it's not. And it's unfounded. Yeah. And there's a lot of people that are doing ghosts and Dogman, and people are starting to figure out that it's all connected.
People are waking up.
They're waking up.
And that's thanks to you. I mean,
well, not just me.
Not just you. There's a lot of them, but I think you were one of the exactly
the first ones, because I don't mean like we were big. We did it big time.
I think you gave it a safe spot for them to say their true ideals, which are their true thoughts. You made it okay to say that, oh, it might be something else. Or, I don't know if this is just a Dogman, or there might be something else going on. Beforehand, like to think that would be like you're betraying your field. It's like, no, I'm trying to figure out what the freak is going on here. It's not hard. But,
yeah. And we've talked about this at length, and with our colleagues too. And one of the things, I talked to 50 ghost researchers yesterday. They have their own, way that they believe. And of course, I was talking to, I don't want to say his name, but he's a good friend of ours. I've been on his show. He's been on mine. Let's put it that way. He was there at the conference, and he got messed with by a very large ufology organization, let's put it that way. And they were chastising him. They were like, well, you're doing all that ghost stuff and whatever. Like, who cares? But the ghost people are that way too. They're like, well, you're into the cryptids. That's, what is that? And it's like, dude, it's all connected. Let me tell you this, and this is how it's going to work, okay? Just so you know, whether you're in the ghost field or you're into Bigfoot, Dogman, or the UFOs, this is the future. What you're watching right now is the future, folks. This is the future. This is the present, and it's going to be the future. This compartmentalization is over.
Mm-hmm.
It's over. Finito. I'm telling you, because of people like me and Tony and Anthony and all
Abe.
of our colleagues and Abe and all those that are Bettina. Why do you think we got targeted so heavily? The people that have been targeted by these maniacs. We're the ones that crossed it over. We did a crossover. And guess what? It's because that's the truth. And I'm sorry that some people that are into cryptids are scared of ghosts. You're a ghost. You are a ghost. What are you scared of? I'm not afraid of no ghost. I'm sorry. I'm not. I just don't. I hear stuff. I see stuff. And I'm like, whatever. You better do better than that. Impress me. You're not going to impress me. I lived in a haunted house that had stuff really happening. In fact, when I had that dream of being in the German, you knew this, we talked about it. When I had that dream of cutting that wire at the camp, at that Eastern European camp, that was that past life regression, whatever. I woke up in that house. I was in that house when I had the dream the first time. And I woke up and my head was rolling back and forth like this. And I'm not going to pull any punches here. I was standing there and I'm like, whoa, what the hell? And I'm in the middle of my hallway and I'm on that weird mirror. That mirror had something that would jump in and out of it. And I think that energy of that mirror, and I walked out of there and I don't sleepwalk. And I woke up with my hands and my head rolling. I'll never forget that.
Not to mention you're a very light sleeper.
I am. I wake up like a ninja, dude. I mean, but there are times when I just crash out real hard. That's about
anybody does.
Yeah, once every
your brain
2
needs
weeks,
a break.
I'll just be like, and be dead to the world. But that's like I said, my body's weird. It's like every 2 weeks, and then I was standing there on that, and then my head was rolling on that mirror, and I had that dream. Because you're living in a house that had a bunch of activity. There was somebody yesterday that was she was very open with us, and I'm not going to say her name. She wants to come on the show and do it. She was written a couple of books, but she said that she had seen a Bigfoot once in her life, and in the same area where she grew up, she had a UFO encounter, like a couple of them, and then she heard something else. I don't remember exactly what it was, but she attributed it to like something that could be metaphysical. But then she had a bunch of hauntings when she was all her life as a kid. So, and like I said, if she wants to come on and talk about it, she can. And I'm sorry, folks, I got a messed up elbow here. Along with this, I fell into a barbed wire fence. So that's really sucks. And I hit my arm real bad. Luckily, it didn't have a gout attack.
Well, you fell into a barbed wire fence and then hit some rocks too. So it was like a double whammy.
Yeah, I shouldn't be talking about people. Well, it's also because we have a pig out of the branch.
Yeah,
So what are you going to do? He gets in front of you. He doesn't care. He doesn't know that he doesn't know how big he is.
Yeah.
And
because he hangs out with dogs and they're all smaller than him. So he doesn't really have a true sense of his size.
He doesn't know what he is. He's just poor guy. I feel sorry. He's an oddball. And, we thought about getting a baby pig and as a friend, but then he'd probably be scared of it and run away. But something spooked him and it knocked me over. And I who am I going to grab to break my fall? Nellie? It's like, she's like half my size and not even half. And I was like you got to eat this one. Boom. So I hit my arm right there is a bruise. That's just my elbow mess up. But this right there, I bruised it and then I cut it, so. If you're looking at what that is, and I got into a knife fight, right? I was protecting my wife, Morgan Fairchild, right?
No, you're a werewolf. Those are just signs of you turning.
Werewolf. I was scratching stuff, or whatever. But when you stop and you analyze this field, I mean, there are tons and tons of. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just clearing my mouth.
Oh, that you're like, but you're going to say something. But there's tons and tons of these encounters in this field. And the sad thing is they put these, this is what's happening, folks. Listen to what I'm going to tell you, because if you care about this and you like this kind of stuff, you need to pay attention, because they're trying to take it, and they've always done this, compartmentalize it. Like, okay, why was the idea behind a supermarket such a weird novelty? Because if you go to the market, you're like, well, you better go to the vegetable vendor.
Yeah, this is fish.
This is a fish monger. They called them fishmonger.
Because what it was those people, they weren't like, they didn't get their product from somewhere else. They would go and fish, and then they would go to the market to sell it. The farmers would farm, and then they go to the market to sell it. So when you go buy that stuff, it was because those were the people that were either growing or catching it. And so, but this carp, I'm so tongue tied, but you know what I mean. And what they're doing is trying to keep it separate, because when you keep it separate, it's easier to control a minor thing than a big, all of it together. So it's like when you separate it all, I can deal with just the Dogman group, and I can control what they say, and I can control what kind of information they get. I can deal with just the ghosts, and they won't know this answer because it's actually in this group. And if they would have just talked to each other, they could figure it out, but they won't. And it's funny to me, really, because it just seems so hypocritical when you hear them talk about like finding the truth or like wanting to know. And it's like, you don't really have that want. You don't want it, because if you really had that want, you would go where the question takes you. You don't go where the answer you want takes you. You go where the question takes you. So if the question tells you to go look up like math, you go look up math. If the question tells you that like, hey, you need to read this part of a social, you need to know this history part of it, and you want to answer that question effectively, you need to go into that subject as well. But
that's why it's good to be well-rounded.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is the crux.
Yeah.
And so the idea behind what I was saying is, as a supermarket, people said, hey, let's just have a place where you can just go and get everything.
Mm-hmm.
And now that's almost all we have.
Mm-hmm.
Let me put myself back on camera.
But also now you don't have product that is verified. It's like it's group. It's it's like verified by a big source, instead of having the person who fished for the food or the farmer who grew the crops actually be there telling you about it. Now you just have to trust that. Oh, I hope they didn't poison this, but I don't know who I would ask.
You see the name and the label, but you don't really know. But the idea, what I'm saying though, is a one-stop shop.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got Home Depot. You can go there and get lumber and build a house, or you can go get a microwave. I mean, you can get, whatever.
I was saying, like, it's easier to control when it's separate. I can control exactly how much information that these guys get, or I can control what they get.
Compartmentalization, though, to me is the enemy. I mean,
definitely.
That's just the bottom line. I mean, it's a much easier thing when we started having Target and Walmart and whatever, because I thank you, David, for becoming David Vertisoto. He says, just join the Patreon as a paratrooper. Cool.
Awesome, man.
Join the Patreon, folks. It's a good way to support the show. So, it really helps, and you get something out of it. So we're going to try and do the Patreon show tomorrow after. We're going to do an after party. Like it's going to be, we're going to take the party over there after we do the call-in show. We are going to do a call-in show tomorrow. It's going to happen tomorrow night, Monday night. So be sure and so if you're okay with winning something and it's a book, then this is what we're giving away right now, because we're out of 4 different sizes, folks. We gave away so many shirts.
Mm-hmm.
Some people at the show yesterday were asking, close friends, and they was like, hey, do you have a shirt? And I was like, we don't have any more, especially for their size. I was like, I don't have yours. I can't give you one, because I would have loved to, but I don't have one his size. But so if you're okay with the book, get your name in green, right? And you might win. So it's only $5, and you helps the show. You become a member, and
you can do it by
it's not the Patreon. It's 2 different things.
Either clicking the join button next to the subscribe button, or if you see that little $ sign next to the chat, if you press that, you can become a member there too as well.
Yeah, and somebody said the markets in China. I wouldn't want the mercados in Mexico are
They're
nasty,
horrible, yeah.
bad too. You know, I mean, at least the supermarkets were a little bit cleaner. You know, but basically, my point is though, you don't need the compartmentalization because that stops a lot of it. You know, a lot of it. Somebody tells you a story, and it's like, whoa! I don't want to hear about ghosts and UFOs and all that stuff. Just tell me about the Dogman stuff. And a lot of times, these people, they're not just hearing, they're not just seeing. And they don't just want to tell you about a Dogman or a Bigfoot because they've had other things happen. So they'll tell you to go to some channel or show or whatever, or somebody that's writing a book, you know, and it's a specialty thing. They specialize in whatever that is. So that you're expected to go and give your encounter to that person. But here at PRT, we're like, it's paranormal roundtable, but what is paranormal? Now,
What is truly paranormal?
Yeah, what is truly paranormal? Now, I know what people think of as paranormal is ghosts, but that's not the end of the story. The word itself basically means like, you know, it's not really normal. You know, it's like, so yeah, you got all these people who have these stories, and they're all these different subjects. So, you know, that's my thing. I wanted a place for everybody that could come and tell their stories.
Like, for instance, Jesus Payan, we would have never been able to have him on because he's had ghost encounters, but he's
UFOs,
had UFO, Bigfoot. Like, it's been his entire life. And in fact, I think he said when he was a kid, he was known as like the UFO boy or like the alien boy or something like that.
Yeah. One thing leads to another. If you have almost without question alien abduction, you'll have something else. Now, I was going to tell you that for those who are still here, we have a little under 600 people, what I think was going on with this guy's family. And we'll get back to Jamie, like what happened to him. This guy's cousin, when he was hearing the noises or whatever, and he was hearing stuff outside of his window. And he was looking out the window, and he would see this shadow. It looked like a shadow. It kind of reminds me, you remember the Goatman story that we talked about? The lady saw it. It looked like what I called it a shade.
Like what? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It was like kind of like transparent, but
it was dark.
Yeah, like black.
This is kind of what he saw. Like he looked outside and he saw this weird like thing that looked like a shadow looking thing. And so he looked out and he saw it, and he was like, oh, sorry, folks, my back. And he said he looked at it and he saw it, and he said that this thing it was like a transparent, but it was dark, you know. And so when Adrian was telling me that, I said, I know exactly what you're talking about. There was a lady in Maryland that told us that she had this goat man in her house. That right there, to me, when stuff starts going in your house, that crosses the line. That just, I mean, it's bad enough if you just see a shadow man, but the shadow of a goat man, you know, like I don't want that. I'm good. I don't need that. Yes, please, Sailor Nemesis, be on the panel tomorrow. Sailor Nemesis, you got to come because you had that thing with the Lechusa, and bring your video so we can show the folks. Please don't. I hate showing pictures and video because everybody starts talking. That's why we don't play the audio, because there's nothing but a big argument. If you say it or just, I'm gonna boot you right out. I don't care who you are. I don't care. I don't.
We don't want to know what your opinions about the videos are.
Yeah, keep it to yourself. If you think it's fake or whatever,
we're not going to try to debunk it. We're just going to see the video for the video.
I'm not a video person. I'm not trying to make you believe something. You know, Anthony, and let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you something else. We took video the night that we went out and we did the walk. You were there. And Anthony took the what's it called, the night vision
camera, yeah.
And he got a lot of good footage, you know. And I just was like, I don't even want to put it on there because it's just going to become a big, you know. I'm just like, dude, that's one of the things that's kind of making me not want to go out and do it. Like, I don't mind going and interviewing people at the places, but I just
I don't. My worry is that if
struggle, you know.
Yeah, my worry is that if we ever do catch evidence on accident or like we catch something, I don't want to have to sit there and have to defend it.
Yeah, constantly. And then it's a fake.
And it's like I shouldn't. Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
No. So it's always something. It's a big to do, and so I just I'm kind of apprehensive about it. And then because I don't want to be people, because all it takes is some people to start saying you're hoaxing.
Mm-hmm. You
Now,
don't want
if you're
that
really
label.
hoaxing, then you deserve it. Because I know a few people who are or have. There was a guy who hung a gorilla mask on and like my big question about that was like okay, they're in a hot tub, right? Why would you just take a picture of a fence? Because they said, and the backstory was that they didn't know that was there. Now, if they saw something like that, let me take a picture because it looks like a Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
There's a Bigfoot watching us in the hot tub. I don't know why that would be so interesting, but yeah, maybe you were doing something in the hot tub. I don't know. But anyway, they took a picture of the hot tub, and they said, "Oh, that wasn't there when we took the picture. We just we didn't mean to catch that. We just happened to catch the skunk."
Why are you taking a picture of a hot tub?
Well, the hot tub. It was from the hot tub.
Oh,
yeah, and they were taking a picture. I don't know if I've shown you this.
No, I haven't seen this picture. But yeah, I know your point is like I'll see a lot of videos. It's like, why are you doing this? Like, what's the point of you? What are you recording beforehand before you caught this?
Yeah, because that's the big question. Now remember when we were in it was me and Stefan. Okay, it wasn't you. We were in San Marcos at the outlet mall, and we were shopping. We had to get some clothes, whatever. And this guy, the manager, it was a men's clothing store, whatever. And he told us, "Hey, check this out." And he showed us. And then you and I have had it happen too. They've shown us video, and then me and Anthony had it happen multiple times. We were at most recently, there was a coffee shop called Summer Moon. And it's right there in Cedar Park. That's where she works, whatever. And she showed us a video of this orb it was showing a shadow walk by, and she caught it through her Ring camera, whatever. So you got people that have this video evidence, but I said, I guarantee you, if you post it, there's people's going to argue and fight about it, and they're going to say it's fake, it's fake, it's fake. You can post a picture of yourself and then say you're fake. You're not real.
Yeah, I mean, and I had to learn that the
AI
hard
has
way.
made it worse.
Because like a dude sent me a video, just wanted to show me, and it was of his truck, a Ring camera, same thing, and it was just like 3 or 4 orbs just circling his truck and then going to the door and then going back to the truck and circling again. And I showed it to you, and I was like, I think I'm gonna post this. And I remember you saying specifically, they're gonna make fun of you. They're gonna say like it's dust particles. Why are you believing that? And I was like,
it starts arguments. And in the group, we have 10,000 people in that group. It's just going to start a bunch of fights, and then you're going to have people, and that's the linchpin, the sad thing that we're dealing with in this community. It happens all the time, and you would love to see everybody get along, and that's the fatal flaw. We had a guy came on and said, "I just want to be nice and work with Harley." He wanted to be. I told him, "You can try." And look how that worked out. They attacked him because he went on someone else's show. It was before he came on mine. It was BMR. He went on BMR show. And so he got attacked, and it's that I told him, I said, that's the key right there. I mean, we wanted to, that's what the conference was about. And that's how this whole thing with these people started, because they attacked us through this fake account and saying, stuff. And we posted it. We put it up there. You can go look. It's there. It was a guy and a girl, a woman, an older woman. Well, she's an old lady, really shouldn't be doing what she's doing, acting like a kid. And this other dude's as old as me, and they're up there, trolling people and joking about how they're stirring up stuff. But this one person, he took it was a rubber gorilla mask. It's what it looks like, and it was a colleague of ours that brought it to our attention. And I'm not going to get into it because I don't want him getting messed with, because this isn't the same people. These are different people. But that was, to me, it was a hoax. And they pulled one over on one of our colleagues. And I'm like, I told her, I was like, I don't believe this is real. I don't. And she says, why not? And I said, well, take a look. First of all, why would you be sitting in a hot tub and take a picture of the fence? They're like, oh, it wasn't there when I took the picture. If you're going to hoax, that means you're willing to lie. Right? So hoaxing and lying go hand in hand. Just like every sin or crime, lying is a part of it. If you murdered somebody, then you're going to have to lie about it. Well, I didn't do that, because lying is the second fiddle to every sin. So obviously, I was like, "Look, it's a hoax." So they're hoaxing.
It's a more elaborate lie, but it's a lie.
Yeah, and it's a lie, and then you have to tell more lies to defend the lie. So then the people are saying, "Well, I was just happened to be sitting in a hot tub and I took a picture." Why would you take a picture of that? There's nothing there.
Especially if it wasn't there. Like
That's what I'm saying. Like it wasn't there.
If it was there and you took a picture, I'd be like, okay.
So their lie should have been, and I don't want to coach people into being liars, but because that's what this is what these people did. They lied. So your lie, you should have been like, well, I saw this thing. We were like, well, let's take a picture. Boom, and then it looked like that, or some kind of variation of that. I don't know. But and so I told her, so this is not real. And one of our colleagues he'd called us and was like, and he was like, hey, you're not buying into this shit. Or hell no. And like, well, one of your friends did. And I said, yeah, I talked to her. I said, don't. And then the guy got called out on it. But I don't want to end up like those people. Because when you post pictures, whether it's yours or not, you're promoting whatever that person is espousing. Right. And I have to say, like I said on this show here, I'm not saying that I believe everything that this person said. I don't know, because he's talking about his grandfather's grandfather.
And here's the thing too, is like that I think people don't understand or something, is that just because I posted it doesn't mean I'm not 100% like okay, or I'm not gonna hate it if it turns out to be a hoax. It's like you're, as soon as you post it, you're like on 100% defending it. It's like, no, if I find out it's fake, I'm gonna be on the same side as y'all. It's fake. It looks real, and like I don't see it being fake.
Yeah, and
they don't see that.
The one you showed me, I believe that it was real, and I told you that. But what do? You can't. And I'd love to just sit back and be like, look, every picture is proof. This is absolutely proof that this is real. But you can't.
It's not with AI anymore.
No, and AI,
it just keeps getting scarier and better.
And one of them, I was looking at it, and they said this is AI at the conference yesterday, and he was showing it. He's like, look, this is AI, and I was like, oh, dude. And they got it to where it's a little clip. It looks legit. Like you would have fooled me into thinking maybe that's real. Now I don't know if you 100%. Because I'm one of those people that doesn't really believe that they can be photographed
or filmed.
I don't think they can.
Not normally. I think I think it's like blurry or something. It doesn't come out right.
And the reason I think that is not the joke that Bigfoot is blurry. I think what the problem is that they're interdimensional, and they're a metaphysical thing. So, well, hell yeah, if you take a picture of something, it looks like a blur. Think back on this. You remember the case Ernesto? His friend who had the picture of the Duende creature that was you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I saw it.
Okay. That thing looked like a little blur, but it was affecting the objects around it. That really had us going, because we were sitting there, folks. We were going like me, you, Anthony, and my brother. And he's in the chat. He saw it. We were all looking at it, and it was just like, is it real? And you and I immediately said, yes, I think it is. But D was like, I don't know. And Anthony said, no. So then I said, well, where do you get it from? And when he told us where it came from, then I said, are you talking about that warehouse? I said, that's when I said, because at first I said I didn't know. You said you thought it was, if I remember correctly.
Because I said like the way the blur was, it looked like I don't know how you can edit that.
Yeah, it didn't look fake, but I didn't know what it was, But when he talked about the warehouse where it was, that's where Kenny and Scorpion had their weird encounter with some little entity that came out of the cornfield or whatever it was. And we haven't talked about that on the show, because I was waiting for Kenny to do it, but Kenny's been ill for a long time now.
I hope he does better.
And he doesn't work for us anymore. He's been ill and out of the hospital. Pray for him. But this thing that they saw, not this dude Ernest, I think it was his friend that took the video. And I'm not saying Ernest. It wasn't Ernest. Was it Ernest? I think it was him. It was one of his friends or something. I'm trying to remember where we got the video from. It was a Hispanic dude, and I don't remember if his name was Ernest or Ernie.
I don't know if it was his video or if like he dealt with something else.
No, it was somebody that he worked.
Yeah,
he worked there at one time, and someone took it from the footage. I think it was a security.
I remember it being like an overhead. Yeah,
it was. It was like overhead, an overhead over, and you could see. And what it was, folks, and just to tell you, there were these lockers, right? There were these little, kind of like the small lockers like you have at the gym.
Mhm.
And this thing was like, it ran, and it was interesting to me. And I had talked to Bones about this because when he used to work out at the, him and Bane used to work, and we called him Bane because he was a big dude. He was a super strong guy. He probably lifted up my truck with me in it. He was strong. He was one of the strongest people I ever met in my life. But Bane was a very laid back guy. But anyway, we were out there working out at that Bee Caves.
Mm-hmm.
And that place used to be a barn. And they tore it down, and then they said it was haunted. And I remember they said there was a troll or something. So there was this weird locker room that, you know the story.
Mm-hmm.
So we were thinking, well, what if this little duende, monito, whatever it is, it did the same thing that to Ernest, or not Ernest. I don't think his name's, it's not.
I thought it was like Ernesto.
It was Ernesto. Is that? But I don't know if that was his or not. I'll ask him. I'll ask him if that was his. But it was either him or a friend of his that got the video, and it looked like a little diminutive creature, because you see this little thing just sitting there, and then it just runs real fast, and there's all these lockers moving, like opening and closing. And somebody said, hey, you were talking about, I think it was him, but they said, hey, you were talking about this on your show, check this out. And we took a look at it, and I said, this is crazy. Thank you for the donation. And you were just like going, what in the hell is that? And so I watched it like 30 times trying to get a beat on it. We slowed it down.
Try to even just see what the heck it was.
Yeah, just to see what it was, because it was so weird looking, right?
And it moved like quick. Like
it moved beyond quick. I
yeah.
mean, these things move fast.
Yeah, it was like, even in like slow-mo, it was moving fast.
Mm-hmm. So, and it was security footage, I mean, it is what it is. It wasn't the best, whatever, only God really knows what these things are. I don't know. Yeah, let me see my phone real quick. I got to look and see if everything is okay here. Okay. All right. So So the moral of the story, what we were talking about earlier, and Jamie, like I said, was having these weird, like he would see these shadow looking things, like they were stalking him. But then eventually it stopped, and then he stopped throwing up the goo. But that went on for at least a decade, according to what he was telling his cousin, who told us the story. But you have to remember something else, though. I mean, like, this is just this one family's encounters. There's no tell. So let's just pretend like there wasn't a bunch of other people that had seen these things, right? Because there were, but we know about this particular family. So the question would be, why so many people in this family had seen these things? But two things came up to my mind. The first one, the first and foremost, is that they were living in an area where they were. But you remember, we thought that about the people from the Hernandez Ranch. I said, this is where they're living. Now, listen to me and follow what I'm going to say. This is most important. You have to listen to what I'm going to tell you to try to get to the bottom of this. If it was just that, though, then why did the people, like Joe in particular, we know that Angelica had messed with the Ouija board at the birthday party, or was a get-together, whatever it was.
It was a sleepover.
Sleepover, whatever. And then they had this creature come out of the closet. Yeah. And because they asked, though, they said, show us what my dad saw. And then there it is.
And he starts screaming, and then Joe comes in.
And somebody made the comment, too, when we were talking about it one time. They said, well, and it's somebody we know. It's a friend of ours. Who's kind of a smart ass. And so he asked the question. He says, well, why would they ask that specifically if they knew about it, whatever, because kids are curious. They want to know what the heck that it was. And they said, well, that there is the reason why it appeared that way, because it's a trickster devil or demon, and it knew what that thing looked like, so it showed them. And I said, so what? It's still, that's what happened to me at the Haunted Tower, or Anthony's calling it the Haunted Tower, and I don't want to challenge him on it, because he'll try to hit me and Tony with a wet noodle. But you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, so I saw the same thing happen to me. I knew that wasn't what I saw, because I just knew that was like a demon or something was showing itself like that. Just like I knew that wasn't Anthony the other day, that I was sitting there looking at my phone and he was standing there in the corner of the room, and I'm like, what's he doing? Like, where is he? That's not him. And we have a story we got recently about a mimic. It's going to be a
Mhm.
whole story. You know, that it's going to, when I put her encounters together, it's a whole story. But it's a mimic that was terrorizing her family. It almost destroyed them. These things can do a lot of damage when they pretend to be something they're not. That's kind of what we're dealing with now with these trolls. I mean, they're pretending to be something they're not, and when you have that, that's a problem.
Well, you can't get
It's
rid of
parasitic.
it.
You can't get rid of it, and it's a mimic.
If you can't identify it, you can't get rid of it.
Yeah, but the point is this. This is my point about these people's encounters, along with the people from Hernandez Ranch. I thought, okay, it's just a location, and we know it was creepy. We went out there; it was a creepy place. Now, here's the thing. You don't really know, though, is it the place, or are these people haunted? Now, you would say if they've all moved around, take Joe's encounters, just take his daughter's car out, right? Just take that one out, right? His family's had other encounters, right? These people, obviously, when they were at the Kamal, that's not over there at the Devil's Backbone.
Mhm.
That's further south. Right. But they still had something happen when they were with some friends, like the other people with them. There were other people with them. So if you look at this people's encounters here, there's two things. Like I said, you can think of its location, or it could be a familial thing, like a family thing, like they're going after the family. Me personally, if I had to give you my take on it, I think it's both. But listen to this. Once you've encountered it, once it knows you exist and you're whatever, I think that it could figure out, like, I think they have the ability to kind of be drawn towards your bloodline. And I'm going to say this: once they've encountered your aura or your energy field or whatever, they look for it.
Well, and
Like a homing beacon to them.
yeah, and one thing that I was talking to a woman named Dana at the conference yesterday, and one thing she mentioned was like,
Don't say names unless because you don't.
Okay.
I mean,
well, there were a couple Dana, so you're not gonna know who I'm talking about.
Okay. I mean, just in case, I don't know if they want you retelling, because you have to get. You really need to talk when you talk to people, especially these conferences. Like you can do a little promotion. Like I was talking to Richard Estep about his books, and I'm going to be doing some work with him and promoting him a little bit because he said some good work. Really
definitely.
And the book about Fox Hollow Farm.
Oh yeah, I was reading it. It's really good.
Yeah, it's really good. But anyway, I was talking with Richard, but this is the thing. I mean, like when you say just don't just say you're a woman at the conference, right? But go ahead and say, because I don't know, if she wants you saying all. But go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say, like, you don't know. She was telling us because Anthony had asked her, like, why do certain things attach, or like how do attachments come? And she goes like, well, it could come from a variety of things. You don't really know what's going to drive a spirit to be attracted to you. It could just be that you look familiar, someone you might know. It could be that they recognize your ancestor, someone that you have no interaction with, but they did. And because you're of that bloodline, they attach to you. So it's just that simple. It's hard to, it's like trying to figure out a person's motivations. It's difficult. And unless it's transparent and very obvious, you're not going to know.
And it's hard to figure. So look at this,
especially
comment
for
here.
These things, especially.
Yeah, absolutely. So look at this comment. Bounty Hunting Bear says, sometimes it amazes me we can see a mouse. We can see a mouse's butt on Mars, but can't see something on security cameras 50 feet away. Shaking my head, making it make sense. Okay, let me do my best to try to make it make sense. The reason that is, and this is my take on this, is because if you were looking at Mars through a camera, Mars is actually on our plane of existence. Does that make sense to you? Like, I mean, if that's the case, and we don't even know if Mars, people don't even know what's real anymore. We could be all just sitting in a big rat cage, But let's just say this: you could take a camera and see something 1,000 miles away from a satellite, because it's on our plane of existence, but you can't see something that's standing right next to you.
We have pictures.
There could be entities right next to you. You don't even know.
We have somehow pictures of the Milky Way galaxy, despite the fact that we're in the Milky Way galaxy. Like, how do you make sense of that? I don't understand.
Yeah. Well, look at this comment here. This is why PRT is such a awesome. Just you guys make the show very good. And this is why I love the live streams, because you can't get this just by doing the if you do a podcast,
Your
it's fine.
input matters a lot.
Yeah, this is the important thing for me for the live stream, is why we have not abandoned this platform. This is important. This is very important, because I can do hour-long podcasts and just throw them up there and then save myself the trouble of the trolls and everything else. If I stop doing the live stream, this would end. That's what they want, is for me to stop. But the thing is, we wouldn't get this. This is Oshio Benny says, I heard one professional remote viewer say that he stays away from viewing Dogman because they tend to follow your psychic scent back to you. Yes, scary.
Mm-hmm.
We had a guy that used to rent the room next to us,
mm-hmm.
and he was an author, and I forgot. Now I can't remember his name. He was on the show when Tony Duran came on.
Starts with an N.
Nick.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember his last name.
Oh, okay.
His last name. But anyway, I can't remember his last name because he's an author. He wrote a book about ancient aliens, whatever. So he told me he was learning to remote view, and he remote viewed something that chased him and followed him back here. Yeah, months before I ever met him. And that it lingered for a while. And he had a hard time getting rid of it. Well, let me tell you something. When we did that, and I trace it back to this particular episode, it was that, because I was up here working on it by myself at night. And I was talking to Rodrigo, and it was the Brazilian exorcist. A terrifying encounter. And after that, we started having all this weird stuff up here, and it seems like it's still happening. Like just earlier, I thought I saw something move. I kept looking, it was not there. And seeing now, I thought that there was a light on. Now there's not. There's no light. But anyway, it's weird, and so we get the input on the live stream, but you got to have balls to actually do live stream. Anybody that does live stream, anybody at all, who's just willing to go live and do it regularly, you got to have some balls, man, because you're going to make mistakes. And some people I don't like do live streams, but kudos to them anyway, even though I don't like them, because you do got to have a set of balls to do them. Because anybody can just make it and then go and edit it and make it look good. Editing is just, that's just a way to make yourself look good, make yourself look better, or to get some stuff out and, get to the point. Cover up mistakes, though, is the main thing. But this is raw right here. This is just absolute raw, and it's real, and it's just right there.
And not to mention, like, when you do those shows, you can pause it and like reformat what you're saying to make it sound better, but you miss the point. Really. And sometimes when you speak raw like this and you're stumbling and you're kind of messing up, you get that deeper connection.
And if you screw up, it's for everybody to see.
I mean, I do it all the time.
Yeah. I mean, when you do the podcast or whatever, I mean, if you make a mistake, it's real laid back, because you could just be like, well, just edit that out, and we have done over 300 and something episodes on the podcast, but we've done, 350 or something on this. We have 600 and something. Well, not 600. We have 900, isn't it? How many videos does it say we have on YouTube? Look it up.
All together?
Yeah, all together. I don't even know, folks. But anyway, I cut my ear the other day too, man. Like when I did this, I cut my ear, and so I'm all jacked up. And I cut my side. I tore my shirt and cut my side, cut my arm, and got it all bruised up, and then cut my ear. So kind of banged up a little bit. What do you say, Cooper? I don't think that's a good idea to go harass, remote view, or harass it. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Yeah. So I think that one of these things is, that you can't see things that's right next to you, because they exist like a right angle from a right angle. They really do.
We're on 302 for the episodes, and then 366 for the live streams. But you also have to remember all the
well, we got more videos than that, because that's
all the like direct videos where you go on site places. Those aren't labeled as.
Yeah, it'll say it on there. If you go to Paranormal Roundtable, it says we have 818 videos. So I mean, we have a lot.
Yeah,
a lot of material. There's a whole lot of stuff. We're at
a lot of hours.
It says we're at 41.8. Oh, that's what it was too. They said that they were going to turn us in because supposedly we're buying subs, which we're not. And they said that we're buying views, which we're not, and likes and whatever. I don't know, comments. I think you can buy comments, but I don't. It doesn't matter. I don't do that. We've gotten some boosts recently. When I did the LA Marzulli, welcome those people who came from there. And then we got another boost from when we did that last episode about the vampire thing. And that thing just went crazy.
Thank you too, Shadows.
But it doesn't. Yeah, thank you for that donation. But it doesn't. I don't look at it every day.
Mm-hmm.
It's like watching paint dry. I'm like, what every day? Hey, look, what is this? Who cares? They say I'm upset. Am I obsessed with the numbers? They say I am.
No,
not at all.
Yeah, I mean, you like to be aware of it because it's like a accomplishment, but it's not like something where like if it goes down 2 people, you're like, oh, I got to find those people.
Yeah, I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
I look at the big picture, but I do that with everything.
The main thing is you want to see is like as long as we're growing, that's all you care about, and it's like you don't want to see like exactly, or you don't care about like the minutia as long as the overall growth is positive. That's what you care about.
Well, another thing too, they don't understand there's now 9 of us that work closely together. And I'm not in charge of looking at that crap. I mean, I'm not saying it's crap, but it's, it's the numbers. It's just the numbers. I don't care. And, I don't care how many people are in the chat. Like there were only 400 and something, I guess, that, on Friday.
Yeah.
And they were like predicting my doom, our demise. I'm like, I don't give a shit. What did I say? I said there was going to be 7, didn't I?
Yeah, I said it was going to be regular. It's going to be the regular.
I said Sunday's going to be regular. And then Anthony was like, what do you think? I said 700. Didn't I say we would hit 700? And we did. I'm not worried about it. I don't care. If you do a video and it comes out at 3 a.m. on a Tuesday, you might get 200 people in there. I mean, if you're really good, you might get 300. There's people from other parts of the world that watch the show too, Australia and England. The guy we met yesterday, he knew us.
Australian.
He knew us.
Was it Australian paranormal?
Paranormal, yeah. He knew who we were. I mean, so it's not like we're not no household name. We're not, but we're not the Warrens, but people know who we are. But you have these people who think they're always predicting your demise, your downfall, whatever. What you don't understand, though, and people need to understand, is I don't give a shit. I don't care. If there's 10 people, I'm going to talk. If there's 10,000 people, I'm going to talk, and I'm going to do what I'm going to do.
Because I was going to say our motivations are different, but you can go continue.
I was just going to say one person hearing the knowledge, and we were talking about that earlier. To know. Because know is basis in knowledge. And to know means knowing is knowledge. That's and it actually goes back to the word gnosis, and that's what. And there's actually a book that's about knowledge called The Son of Gnosis. But this whole thing, and I wouldn't recommend going and trying to get into that because it's like a magic thing or whatever. But I'm able to read stuff and not fall into it and go, oh, I want to become a communist now. I just read about it. I read Mao's Red Book. Like who does that besides idiots? I can read a book about the Nazis and not start goose stepping, or I can read a book about the communists and not want to starve. It's like, I think I want to starve now. I read about communism. It sounds like a really great thing. I've been looking for a weight loss plan, and I think this is the one for me. The F in communism stands for food.
I've been reading Ted Bundy documentary, so I've been making human furniture lately.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. Well, that'd be Ed Gein right there.
Yeah. I've been eating people.
His furniture making skills were second to none. You should see some of those lamps he made. Goodness gracious, that guy danced by the light of the moon. God, what a nut job he was, man. And mommy issues. You want to talk about mommy issues? He was just. There was a movie that was made about him. It was so whacked out. And I was talking to Garitano about it. He's a big movie guy, and we were talking about Gein. The inspiration for Leatherface.
Yeah,
it was him.
It was him.
Ed Gein, But I remember there was a documentary like about scary movies, and there was a British guy, and he called him Ed Gein. Ed Gein. I'm like, the inspiration came from Ed Gein. I'm like, his name is not Gein, it's Gein. Even as a young guy, I was like, what? I'm like, that's not his name. And it's crazy too how these serial killers will pass over. There was a guy we met yesterday. They said he won't be able to do it until after April, but we're going to get him on the show. The Ashmore Estates guy.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, folks, let me tell you something. he has an armoire that it belonged to Gacy or something.
It was Gacy's sisters.
Yeah, Gacy's sister, but she kept all of the photos.
Gacy would send him photos,
right,
or
right.
send her photos, and she kept them all in there.
I talked to so many people. I got so many stories, and I got a bunch of stories yesterday. I got a bunch of them. Man. And so, but anyways, that armoire has like it's a haunting. And there's a haunting attached to it, and so they wrote a book about it or whatever. But it's crazy. These serial killers, and then there was another guy. This was a few years ago who I talked to who had done work at the Ted Bundy's when he was a kid. Ted Bundy's the person that I don't know who lives there, but he's claiming that he went there. Now, this is what he says. His name was Andy, but he said he went there, and I remember this guy. He said he did some electrical work, and it was being sold, or it had been sold or something, and he was pushed off of a ladder, and that's where Bundy grew up. I mean, Ted Bundy. You're talking about Ted Bundy, yeah,
that's crazy.
And he said the image in his head was of Bundy, like, and then he didn't know at the time that was Ted Bundy's former house. So when
yeah, because they don't tell you that stuff.
Yeah, they're not going to say, "Yo, this house used to belong to Ted Bundy. We're going to go get some Thai food. We'll be back. You want anything? No, you good? Okay." And you're over there like, "What? What? You gonna leave me with the ghost of a serial killer?" You're talking about, I'm gonna freak out. If I was me, I'd just be kind of like, I would try to do my job. Like,
I'll be pissed that you even brought me there.
You know, I'd be like, why did I come here? This is not for me. But then when he talked to the lady, she was like, "Yeah, this used to belong to Ted Bundy. This is where he lived." And he was just like, "What the hell?" You know, like, so he told us about that, and you know, but it was just a short story. It wasn't like worthy of like him coming on and telling it, you know, whatever. I mean, I guess he could come on to open lines or something, but it's not like he's going to be a guest, and that's all he had. But he did tell me that.
I mean,
it's still cool. I mean, cool for us to hear.
Yeah, like,
it scared the shit out of him, and then he had a nightmare about it. I could tell you about the nightmare, which didn't make a whole lot of sense. But he was laying on his stomach because I used to be a stomach sleeper. But he goes, somebody got on top of me from behind, and it felt like he was trying to, like, you know, push down on him or something. But then he broke out of it. It was almost like sleep paralysis. And I mean, it don't make a lot of sense. It's not like in other words, you don't know that that's Bundy attacking the guy. I mean, you don't know that. Yeah. It's
a weird thing that happened after.
Yeah, it's like a weird thing that happened. You're just like, well, that sucks. I mean, you know, I want something to jump on me while I'm sleeping, no matter what the deal is. Oh yeah, that's exactly Borley Rector. Yeah, ED. I know what you're talking about.
I don't think Bundy can become a ghost. I think they just took him straight to hell.
Yeah, I mean, it could be like evil energy, you know, or it could be one of those things where he's kind of in between, you know, and he's being punished, and you know. But I think some of these evil people, though, because like I've said before, and Jesus says it too, the God of this world is Satan. And so I think sometimes they're able to throw them back into circulation, or they're waiting for. Just keep coming back and coming back and coming back.
I believe that's also possible, but I think you got to be like really dark. So I don't think it's as prevalent as we think, and I think it's more common that like certain events are so tragic that they stain time, or they stain a place, or
blood and emotions saturate the environment.
So I think it's something more like that, where it's like it's not really them directly, but just being associated. Yeah, the evil energy associated with
could have
them.
been what attached itself to them. I mean, like these werewolves and vampires, they have these others. That other attaches itself to you, but it has its own independent. Remember the Samantha? Okay, Tony knows what I'm talking about. Samantha practiced lycanthropy. And she was one of those people who says that thing would come and attach from her and move around her house and scare the crap out of her, because it looked like the shadow of a werewolf. So even though she was able to become this being or whatever, it was through the power of that dark entity. And what freaked her out at first was that she wasn't used to seeing another creature like that. And then she thought, oh my gosh, I look like that thing. That's what I become. And remember, it freaked her the hell out, because she was a part of that temple, you know? And so she said that whenever that thing would move around the house. It looked like a shadow, like what Zane saw in the cemetery in Louisiana. That's my nephew. And I know he's told you that story too.
Mm-hmm.
But you're talking about like an evil entity that can unattach itself from you and then move around your freaking house. I mean, who the hell wants that? That's like an unwelcome pet that you're not even, but it's got a really intelligence about it. And it's basically like a demon, you know, it is. It's a demon. That's what it is.
And I wonder, and thinking about it now, I wonder though, if there's a thing like evil energy in itself that doesn't really have an intelligence like you speak, but still infects or like does things that might, like us, or like if we see it, we might be like, oh, it's doing this A, B, and C. It's a demon or it's a ghost or something,
Mm-hmm.
but it's really just evil energy in an area, and it's affecting it in a different way. Because then like an entity who is full of evil energy but has intelligence, like if that's what makes like a demon or something more darker.
Yeah, and you know, here at PRT, we refer back to old episodes. Now, Tony, look at this comment here. Drew Caldwell. What episode does that remind you of right there?
Oh, that's not the worst kind of stray dog. I can promise you.
Yeah. That one there reminds me of Beware of Dog.
Yeah. Go check out Beware of Dog and tell me if there's not a worse dog.
Because you think about it, dude, like these people, I can't remember the whole story because there's been hundreds and hundreds that we've covered, but if I remember correctly, it was like Seattle. They were in Seattle or something like that, or they were from Seattle. It was a couple, and I don't know how long y'all been around or whoever's here, but it was a podcast episode, and it was one of the really popular ones. But it was a true story. I mean, they say it was, and me and Tony and Anthony covered it, and I think Armando might have been around. Because even though he wasn't on the show, he was still helping. He was still helping out with the investigation.
He was always like, even when he stepped away, he was always a fan of the paranormal.
Yeah, he still watched the show some, whatever. And so these people, they took in a dog, but it wasn't a dog. Now, since that episode, we could do another one, with just shorter versions of it. But people have told us about dogs
or pets that strays that
they come up. Like there was a guy in a ranch. I can't remember the name of the guy now off the top of my head. Gosh, it was down in if you remember, don't yell it out. I'm trying to remember. I hate this. Oh my gosh, don't tell me. Oh man. It's down in South, right below Corpus. I'm trying to remember. They have a really good baseball team. I remember that. And I'm trying because we were talking about it. Robstown. I almost screamed at it. I hate when I do that. Robstown, because the guy we had talked about Robstown, and this dude was like, "Hey, you know, I got a story." He goes, and he says, "My uncle's ranch down there, where he used to live years ago, it was back in like the 70s or 80s, whatever." And this dude had these two stray dogs, and then one of them, get this is crazy. One of them, it were two strays. They came to whatever, and he had a dog already. He took them in, and he, whatever. One of them turned out to be really bad. And the other one he thinks was just, was harmless, whatever. And so one of them, this is a freaky story. Now, it's not a real long one, but I can tell you it began, okay, I'll just back up a little bit here. He started losing animals. Like he started losing farm animals. He had a baby lamb that had been just disappeared. Like it just disappeared. Not that he had no proof that it was killed. And then his chickens, one by one, they were dropping away. Like it was like one every night. So he started staying up. He goes, but I'm not a night person. He's like, my uncles told him the story. He was like, I'm not a night person. I can't just sit there all night watching out for whatever could come, And I got this story through a friend, that was he's become a friend, but he watches the show, and he was like, this guy told him, hey, he's Robstown, whatever. So he said, hey, I got a story. So he got me in touch with this guy. And the guy it was a email, So I didn't actually speak to the guy, but he told me, he said the email, he said, look, he's like, every night he was losing an animal. So he says, but I can't stay up all night. And so he said, eventually what he did was he just had to. So he got his brother and his cousin, and they just kind of triangulated it. And they hid, and they see this black thing crawling on the ground, crawling. And And you can probably guess what it was because I started out with it,
Mhm.
But it goes under the fence and goes into the chicken coop and it starts to mess with the chickens. And then when the guy runs up, like it was his cousin and his half brother, and they ran up and they were like to shoot this thing. There's a man standing there. It gives me the chills, dude.
What?
Yeah, dude. Have you not read this one?
No, I haven't.
It's in the files. Like, okay, so I was talking to somebody about it like a few weeks ago because there was another lady who had something similar to this. I'm not. This is not make believe, folks. I'm telling you, this is what they said. You remember the guy that used to work with us years ago? Oh no, wait, you weren't. You didn't work. You weren't. It was me and Scorpion. I'm talking like Scorpions, but me and Scorpion used to work with this guy who was from Puerto Rico. And he told us about that thing. He called it a chupacabra, but it flattened itself out and went underneath the chicken coop. And his grandpa came out and they shot it or something. And but it had its tongue was stuck into one of the chickens and was killing it, eating it. But his tongue was like a proboscis,
like a syringe.
Yeah. It was crazy. And so anyway, he called it a chupacabra because when it shot it, it started to undulate and it kind of popped back into this reptilian looking creature. It was very weird. I mean, anyway, he told us this to our faces. This was not a story that somebody gave me and because of a podcast. It was this guy told us we were talking about the chupacabra. But that's what he called it. He was from Puerto Rico. And he said they were able to do this. They could ship, whatever. And we've heard all these weird stories. We had a guy come on here and talk about this, whatever he's seen. We've gotten stories. I mean, it's crazy. A guy saw a pig turn into a man. I mean, this is just, and he was on the show. I mean, it's crazy.
Some goo turned into a pig.
Yeah, goo turned into, yeah. It's so weird stuff, right? That's what we do. But I mean, let's think about this though, right? So this was a man-shaped being, but it wasn't a man. It was just black, and he was reaching in and grabbing the chicken. When his cousin pulled the gun up, he told him, "Hey, stop," And he said that immediately the chicken just fell and this thing just turned into like a shadow on the ground and began to move back underneath the fence. And so when he tried to follow it with the gun and he told his cousin, which would have been this guy that reported it, right? It was his brother. And he says, follow him. And with the light, he needed the light. They shot at it and it just moved around like this on the ground. And then it went under the porch. And when they ran up under the porch to try to get, this dog that was one of the two strays. This is so weird. One of the two strays, it came crawling out, wagging its tail, like all innocent, like, "Hey guys, what's going on?" The dude had become attached to these dogs, so he didn't want, to be like, "Hey, let's kill this," because obviously this is the creature. And he didn't believe that it was that was the culprit. He thought that it had gotten scared and it ran underneath the deal.
Mm.
So a couple days later, his dog that was there before these two strays came disappeared. And so he got really suspicious. So he goes outside. The one stray which he still has that dog to this day, not to this day, but when the guy told the story, he said until the day the dog died or whatever. It was back in the 80s, whatever. But the guy's still alive to this day, but he had the dog until it lived for a long time. Yeah. But anyway, he goes out to the woods. He hears this like kind of whimpering, choking noise. He goes out to the woods and he sees that dog, but it's not that stray. It's like something that looks like that stray, and it's like out like this, and its arms are out, kind of like a man's. And it was like, this is going to sound disgusting, and I don't want to gross people out, but it was vomiting up his other dog. And then it kind of formed itself back and it was like, and he went up and he just blasted the heck out of it. And the other dog was obviously unalived and it was partially dissolved or whatever. Don't know what that was or why it was doing what it did. Why it had done that to that dog. Let's put it that way. Not real sure. I don't, know what that was. And so whenever this, creature, entity, what do you want to call it? When it did what it did.
It's Maddie.
Yeah. So when it did what it did, we don't know why, or what it was, but it showed up with the other stray. So if it was some sort of otherworldly creature, the other dog, which he's convinced was normal,
didn't recognize
it as something else, and his dog didn't either.
That's a good point, Ona. Maybe a mimic could.
Well, but you know, though, because like here's what's weird. Whenever the story we're going to talk about, we can do that one we can retell that one on Wednesday if you would like. But when that one happened, the mimic, the dog noticed it.
Oh,
on multiple occasions, her dogs were like, you know, barking. Well, I say her, but it was a he and a she, both. They you know, together they told us the story, but it's crazy. Like, what is this? And you know, here Tara says the movie The Thing. Well, I tell you, like Hollywood is self-disclosure.
Yeah,
I'm telling you.
It's not only fact, or was it art imitates life?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Fact is.
What's up, Banjo? How you doing, buddy? Are you real? Look at him. He's sniffing that bag. He thinks there's food in there. Yeah, you're real. You want food, don't you? What's up, buddy? You're a good boy, Banjo. But hold on one second, folks. So you have this you know, goo. People talk about the goo, the black goo, and you have these evil entities that do what they do.
Do you think when he got scratched and he was vomiting out this stuff, do you think like that's a part of it? Do you think like maybe that's how like they make it? Because like, what is this black stuff? Why is it so prevalent?
I don't know.
Like, what did he do with? And remember, he said it wasn't like a liquid; it was like sludge. It was like pudding, like you said. So
Pudding.
like,
We call it pudding.
yeah. So like
black pudding, the way he described, because I don't. He probably had never heard the term black goo, or I think that's why he called it pudding, is because he didn't know what else to call it. He just, you know, some people say they don't know what it is, and you know, and you'll get stories from people who will talk about knocking and things like that, and they've never watched a paranormal show in their life. They have no clue what that is. So, you know, those are very credible witnesses because they don't know. They don't know, like people that have seen Bigfoot, but they've never watched, you know, Finding Bigfoot. They never find anything in that show. But you know what I'm saying? Like they've never heard, you know,
they've never seen the pattern.
Never seen any of this. They don't know what the hell this is. And so you're sitting there going like, you know, what is this? You know, what is happening with these entity? My back is hurting, folks. It's about time to go. But you know, that's the
crux
of it. Yeah. And so we don't know what these beings are, or what we should call them, or what you know, because there's so many different variations, and I think there's as many variations as there are stars in the sky. And if you started getting into the how and the why and all this other stuff, and we could talk about this all day. We'll talk about it again tomorrow. We'll talk about a bunch of stuff. Somebody wants to win a book, because that's all we got. If you're in green right now, unless you want a large,
yeah,
or if you're a large or a 4X, you know. Solar Warden says, I can tell you about the black goo. It came from Thule. Oh, okay. During the Falkland War, it's a sentient fluid, AI probably. Why? Why would? And now, the Falkland War. You know, if you're talking about the Falklands is an island off the coast of Argentina. Now, he says Antarctica, but actually, well, it wouldn't be that far. Antarctica would be below, because Argentina in the south is really cold. And the Falkland Islands. And let me explain to y'all, in case you don't know what Thule is or the Falkland War. I'll give you a quick history lesson. Solar Warden, I don't really know you. Thank you. He says here, thanks for the donation, Steve C. Thanks for all your hard work. I'm going through some stuff, and the show keeps me out of my head. Yeah, I'm glad, because I'm going through a lot of stuff too. Glad we could help, man. I really do. I really am. Steve, keep your head up. So what you're talking about? Okay, so and then I got a quick question for you, Solar Warden. Now the Falkland Islands, it was a war between Argentina and Britain, and Britain actually, you know, said that this island belonged to them, and Argentina's like, no, it's right off the coast of Argentina. Why would we let you have this? And so there was a war because there were people living there because it had been colonized a long time before by some British people. And there wasn't a ton of people living there, and why it had to be a war is ridiculous. But and now Thule, I believe, could be Greenland. A lot of people argue that it's Iceland. Retrospective says, what is Thule? Yeah, I'm telling you right now, Thule. So you had this group too called the White Order of Thule. Thule was a magical land, like a mystical place, whatever. And you had supposedly this Viking that had gone there, and there's different. Some people say it was Leif Erikson. Some people say it was another magic, like a whatever. Ultima Thule, yeah. So, anyways, he finds this island, and it's inhabited by dwarves, because at one time there was a war between these dwarves and these giants, and the dwarves had defeated them, and so the people that were normal size like us, they were like, hey, this is what happened, and these dwarves are really evil, and they'll kill you. They defeated these giants, and so anyway, there was a whole group that grew up from that called the White Order of Thule. And so you have all of this Viking legend, whatever, down there. But in Antarctica now, here's the thing. A lot of people believe that that's an opening to the inner Earth. It could be, because there's supposedly an ice wall, and the Earth is round, but it's not a globe, right? They believe that there's like a wall of ice around it. And we could actually be sort of imprisoned here inside of and there's this other rest of the world that we don't get to see. Right. And we're just part of this, this is a theory. I'm not saying I believe this wild shit. I'm saying this is what people believe. Some people say this, and I'm just giving you what the story is. And I just saw the comment. I thought that was interesting. But anyway, and somebody says Hyperborea. Yeah, Hyperborea, mythical but based in fact, could be Oshia. But there's this whole weird following that people have, because they believe they've uncovered a lot of these things. In Antarctica, you have this weird lake that was isolated for 30 million years. Mm-hmm. And that some people are saying now there's no bottom. And this is some weird stuff. I've gotten some weird reports. And, You okay? Yeah, I'm all right. I just it's like I couldn't breathe for a second there. All of a sudden, I started talking about this. I felt like this weird pain, like, that's weird. Is it in your jaw? Because I just saw you do something with your jaw. No, I just felt it, like it felt weird. Like I had this is weird. We start talking about certain subjects. It's like they want you to stop. Yeah. Yeah, I have information about why they would go to Antarctica, but maybe I should be quiet right now because it's just something just happened right now, and that was weird. But anyways, I could say a lot of other things too, which is another reason why I think they're probably going to kill me at some point. So, oh well. Nobody, I guess, is supposed to have knowledge, and you're fine to have the knowledge. You're not supposed to repeat it. You're not supposed to teach. Yeah, you're not supposed to teach. Teachers always, not teachers in school, but real teachers. I'm not disparaging teachers. I'm saying you're not real teachers, but people who are disseminating knowledge. A lot of times end up in a bad way. So it is what it is. I always wanted to know, because I believe Jesus, wanted us to. I don't care what they say, and I don't care how much they rewrite everything. It's the truth. All right, folks. So I'm going to run, folks. Thank you. It's been 4 hours. I didn't even realize. I was looking at the time just a little bit ago, and I started realizing how long we've been talking. But I'm going to run. We could talk about all these subjects, and I could talk until the end of time. Funny thing is like if we really just like had a show about going past and talking about our older shows, that could be a whole show. You could do a compilation of just the old stuff. And we hope that more people will come and watch and learn. It's really weird that we haven't gotten more people. And the thing is like we're growing as you guys grow. So like you guys will tell us something, and we'll learn new things all the time. And like your perspective matters just as much. That's why this live stream, the lives matter so much. Yeah. And the call-ins too. They've been doing great. Yeah, and so let me give you the banner, and it's up to you to ask for this, but here it is: the giveaways, the winner of the giveaways. Read it down there. Giveaways at prtpodcast.com. Don't send it to Josh Turner prtpodcast.com because you won't get a response. That thing is full of stories, and Tony and Anthony can attest to that. So that's just, and it just rolls. And we go in every day and move them over, and it's just still, they'll come back and they go in every day and moves over. And Das Wolf, man, that one too. All those emails, they get whatever, they're filled up. But still send us your stories because we constantly look through that. And when you check out our back catalog of stories and things, and it's vast. And I appreciate that I'm able to do this. I really do. Not a day is missed on me. I complain sometimes about things, but I'm happy to be alive, and I'm happy that I'm able to have air in my lungs and to be this long-winded and talk about all this stuff.
And have the ability to teach and then be good at it.
Sometimes people, they mistaken my confidence for arrogance. I'm not an arrogant person.
Well, it's because they don't know the difference. And the difference between confidence and arrogance is ability. And, you have confidence in your ability, so you speak of it. Arrogance is when you don't know anything.
Yeah, you see people, they're arrogant for no reason, too.
They don't know how to do anything. They just
why are you arrogant? You're not smart. You're not strong. You don't contribute to society. You just cause problems. Night Watcher says, check out the base series with Miles Johnson. He knows a lot about Antarctica and the Black Goo. Cool. Send me a link to that if you got one. Exactly, Stephen. Every day. Oh, did he sneeze?
Yeah.
You okay, Banjo? What's up, buddy? You want to show everybody Banjo?
You got anything to say?
He's like, watch PRT. He's a good dog. It still amazes me how we got him. We found him. You want to tell a quick story?
Yeah, I was working. I'm not going to say where, obviously, but it's basically
well,
like
you can't
a shopping
now.
center.
We don't have that place anymore. I don't care.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's basically like a shopping center.
Cameron Village,
off Cameron, and there's like a thrift store there. And I was walking the parking lot, and I remember talking to some people, and they kept talking about this brown rat, this huge brown rat that I kept seeing running everywhere. But behind that thrift store, they used to store these trucks there, and so it was like a really good spot to go sit and eat lunch. So as I'm sitting there, I see the little brown rat coming up, and he moved so fast I didn't really pay attention and notice that he was a dog. But after I saw he was a dog, I chased after him, and because I was eating, so I just wanted to give him some food, and he went all the way back to like this little corner with these pallets, and so I threw the food outside of the hole. And he came out to grab it, and I slowly started petting him, and I noticed his butt was like bald, and I was like, "Well, that's not good." And I was worried he was diseased or something, but I realized he would go out to scavenge food from like the parking lot and bring it back to that little area, and so his little area was just covered in ants, and so like there was like ants all over his back and stuff, biting him and stuff, and so that's how I found him. And I find a lot of strays, and like I feed a lot of strays all the time, but I don't know, something about him just made me call up Wolf.
Yeah, and so you told me.
No. I sent you a picture first,
and I kept telling everybody no more strays, and we had too many animals.
Yeah.
I said we can't keep taking in all these animals, and you were just like, And then you got Zane and Dee and
Anthony
and Scorp to be like, oh, come on.
And once someone was coming to pick me up. Because I didn't have a vehicle at that time.
So I said, y'all don't have to recruit 1,000 people to convince me. I was like,
well, Anthony came to pick me up in his truck.
Yeah.
And then once he saw the dog and he was like, he saw how cool Banjo was, he fell in love. And I was like, oh, I got it now.
Yeah. Once you had Anthony and everybody was like, yeah. And Scorpion was like, yeah, we need to. So we did, and we took him in, and he's been with us for a while now, and he's been through a lot. He's seen a lot with them little eyes of his. He still to this day, when if I pull up on you on site, he'll see me, he'll start,
Yeah, you'll see him like sticking his head.
I'm one of the only people he doesn't bark at.
Yeah,
he won't. When I open the door to your room or something, if it's me, he'll stop.
He'll see you and then immediately start whimpering.
Yeah, he starts whimpering like he's trying to come to me. A lot of other people though, like he'll growl.
Nelly, if Nelly comes in, he'll keep barking.
He'll keep barking. He'll growl. And he does that to a lot of people. Like Kim, our patrol captain, he still hasn't gotten used to her all these years. She's just like, he don't like me. I was like, well, Banjo, he only likes her. He loves me because, like I said, I took care of him a lot when you were working.
That's right, Gary. The Banjo loves Scorp.
He loves Scorp from the first meeting him. He loved him. And with me, it was the thunderstorms.
Mm-hmm.
We got him in the spring, and it might have been like in April or something like that. And I remember there were a bunch of thunderstorms. It was a stormy season, and he was terrified. And so he'd run and he'd burrow into the bed with me. And so I just said, to heck with it. I'd let him stay there. And so I loved him. And then when we found Panzer, that was another weird. He was a baby, a little kitten, and he was in a wheel. And Nellie was like, "Is that a cat?" And then Anthony got out, and he's like, "It's a little baby kitten." And the raccoons, I'm pretty sure it was either his own dad or the raccoons. I think it was the raccoons, unalived his siblings.
Mm-hmm.
And so some of the people that lived there, they said that it was a Palo Santos. They said that they had seen one of these raccoons carrying one, but that doesn't mean that they did the killing. It could have been the dad, because he was a mean bastard too. But anyway, I don't know, because he kept trying to kill that cat Isabel. Remember, he was trying to kill her. I kept trying to catch him, and finally I just had to chase him off. He was mean, dude. I was going to work one day and I just saw him running down the sidewalk, and I'm like, look at him, he's just running down the sidewalk. Like he's going from complex to, he's like checking on, he's like a pimp, He's
checking his corners.
Get my money, like he was like a dope slinging cat.
He's checking his territory.
He was mean, but you're a hood cat. Hood cats are just like hood people. They don't mess with them, man. He was a hood cat. Bro. I was just like, this cat's mean, bro. And those people that lived there, they were like, yeah, that cat's wild, bro. He'll mess you up. He had attacked like at least two different people I knew. He was on the stairs, and when they walk up their stairs, he got up and jumped on one of them. And then another dude, he's like, I was carrying my groceries, man. And that cat done ripped open the bag and done spilt my milk. And it was like, dude, it was mostly African-American people living there. And the way this dude talked, it just cracked me up. He's like, this is attack cat. That's battle cat. Like, he was really long. He was tall too. His dad was big.
Panzer's long.
Panzer's big.
Panzer, if
Panzer's so laid back. He's nothing.
He's so laid back. But if
his dad's got to be dead by now. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah.
That cat was mean. He had like part of an ear. Like he was rough. He was rough trade, boy. That cat was tough. And I remember one time I opened the door and he was sitting there. He kind of thought twice about me. Like when I first started working there, he learned to fear me because he kept trying to kill that other cat that we were feeding. She was a sweetheart, little black kitty. She was a poor little thing. He kept trying to beat her up because she wouldn't mate with him. And so I opened the door and he looked at me. He goes, and I was like, no. And then he just like, up a tree, and he never messed with me again. And then when he'd see me, I'd get out of my truck, he'd run the other way. But he would go after everybody, boy. And I saw him, I'm not joking, this is a true story. Me and Scorpion were there. We saw him whoop a raccoon's ass. And a raccoon is a dangerous animal. I'm not even joking. This was a big, bad raccoon. He was coming through there all the time. And Panzer's dad, he just jumped. I didn't see him. He was up on the tree. And I just saw this thing flop down, and I saw two gray things rolling, and I saw the raccoon run, and he was running behind him, trying to catch him, trying to, clip him. And I was like, damn, did that cat just whoop that raccoon's ass? And that raccoon, he lived on the other side of the other complex next door, and he never climbed that fence again. He never came over again. So Panzer's dad was no joke, man. I don't even know why we're talking about this. This is crazy. But anyways, point being, come back tomorrow. Tomorrow's open lines, right? So anybody can call in and talk about whatever you want to talk about as long as it's within reason. It's not weird, right? No, call in and talk about weird. That's what we do, right? Call in, tell us your weird, crazy stories. Tomorrow, Salem Nemesis. Hopefully, if you're still in chat, I hope you hear me. But if not, on the replay, I want you on. We got to get you on. We got to have everybody who wants to come on tomorrow. So check that out. That's going to be awesome. What's up, Kevin Murphy? So who wants to win? Somebody tell me they want to win. And there it is at the bottom. There's the email address. But tell me you want to win. If you haven't won, you want a book? You want a book? Who wants a book? Somebody tell me you want a book. And if you want the book, you get it. Andres Carrizal says, I want to win. Okay, you won. You win. You won. It's as simple as that. You're in green. You won. David Alfaro. Okay, you too. So I got y'all too. Andres and David Alfaro. Everybody, I got to run, folks. It's been nice having you on. What kind of book? Well, they're good books.
They're signed, autographed books.
Either Ken
from
Gerhardt,
the
David
Paranormal.
Weatherly, or what are we at? Lyle Blackburn.
We got some
People
Lyle.
wrote some pretty cool
We got
books.
some.
We got any Chad Lewis's book left?
I think we
We
have
get him
Adam
on. He's
Davies.
the Wendigo
We
guy.
have some Adam Davies as well. We also have Josh
Cutchin.
Yeah.
So you'll get a book from one of them, all right? Because we're out of shirts, but we're about to make a huge order.
And we're also getting the store ready. So guys,
Mhm.
get ready for that because
Yeah.
that's gonna be cool as well.
Yep. And he says, I'm out. I am too, Benny. I'll see you guys. We love you. Good night.
I saluted earlier, but I realized it wasn't.